know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro. You know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro. You know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro. You know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro.
Ay, 5 BTC, ay, 5 BTC, 5 BTC, pay me that, then you go hear me. You go what? The vibe, bringing you in the mix, so you won't break me. I'm the one that chosen one, you tryna beat me. Man like Quest, man like, now I'm breezy, so it's litty. Project Pat, flow on display made by Foley. Okay, yeah, it's a fact. Okay, yeah, I get it back. Okay, yeah, oh you mad, haha, well that's your bad. Ay, let's get serious, ain't nobody been matching me. I'm in no certain extent to make it easy, please. See me flexing like Superman, cause I'm feeling flyer. But I ain't gotta lie, I don't gotta try. Yeah, these rappers on this app ain't even sounding nice. And make it easy like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you feeling way? You better come and fight. Making sure you ready and prepare to die. It's a little boy, ay, you better go to bed. Ay, listen to this song, ay, this a little bit. Ay, what's a little boy? 5 BTC, 5 BTC, ay. You know I'm charging 5 BTC for a preacher, bro. 5 BTC, 5 BTC, you know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro. Ay.
Malay, yo, you know I'm charging 5 BTC for a feature, bro. Running laps on these tracks, had to go back to back. It'll be suicide for you if you ever tried that. Stay in your lane, bro. This is Grown Man Biz, I'm with the CEOs. Finna be in LA, rapping TZ. Can't wait for my kids to say, look, Baba's on TV. Stemter made me, Nostr paid me. I'm from Kilimanjaro, but UK raised me. I came back home, and then I found my zone. Watch me, take a screenshot on your phone. Send it to your homies and then comment on how much I've grown. Man like who? Man like Quakes. Man like you already know. 10 and die and just 1 year in Arusha. No regrets, I'm just focused on the future. I love my nieces and my nephews. I'm stacking sats, you know one day I'ma bless you.
I can talk. Check 1, 2. Hey, microphone check. We're doing it live. Check 1, 2.
Shame on me.
The music will resume momentarily.
Feel money, baby.
Murph, if you can watch.
Yo, you brought my hat. Yeah.
Check, yeah. Does it sound good? Checking 1, 2. Hey. Yup. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Checking 1 and 2.
Make my money stretch, feeling like Mr. Fantastic, read riches with the flex. No, think about my ex, you're moving to the next. Fiat money, baby, drives me crazy, too much stress. No, think about my ex, you're moving to the next. Fiat money, baby, drives me crazy, too much stress. Yo, DCA to
Murphy, you seen anything on 4? Murph. Input 4. Hey, check 1, 2. Murphy. Murdoch. Murphy. You got anything on 4? Hold on, my laptop battery just died.
Chilling with my new boo on Bitcoin Beach. She stays in cold wallets, but she's easy to reach. Every time I talk about her, make the pleb say preach. Yo, she's the only currency I want to keep. Yo, she's the only currency I want to see. I don't like altcoins or CBDCs.
Checking 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, yeah. Keeping on talking 1, 2, 3. What did I have for breakfast this morning? Nothing. Check 1, 2. Are you seeing any input on number 4? Looks great. Amazing. Keep the fingers crossed. Okay. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Still talking. Talking about the breakfast that I did not have. Talking about the coffee that I did have. The coffee I did have was pretty good. Check 1, 2. Check. Hey, sounds good. YouTube sounds good. Hooray!
Shout out to all the Nostronauts, man.
We'll get everything working by the time we're done.
We see you. Yo, I'm way out here in Nostr near. Vibe is chill and I'm coming through clear. God got me and all my fears. 2021 took all my tears. Lost a good friend and I'm still here. Wish I was there and I wish he was here. All our memories, I hold them dear. All our memories, upload them here. We out here, man. Had to find a new gear, fam. Had to switch up again and again. Took time out before I picked up the pen. Had to find out who I am again. Had to find my way back from -10. Had to cut loose, put down the juice. Dilute the lies and digest the truth. God got me and my family. Prayers up cause the devil wants to damage me. I'm in Zanzibar under a canopy. Ordered myself a tall glass of tranquility. 1986 to infinity. I thank God and the rest of the Trinity for salvation and divinity and forgiveness and the ability to write rhymes about the life and times. I'm an astronaut in the purple skies. Yo, W-A, B to the I, S to the A, B to the I.
All the other money trying to bring me down. I'ma short the dollar right to the ground. Buying every dip for the big discount. Cause I only love Bitcoin money. All the other money trying to bring me down. I'ma short the dollar right to the ground. Buying every dip for the big discount. Cause I only love Bitcoin money. Hopping on a plane, touchdown, get right to the big block, boom. Marriott suite, my room, life changed on my way to the pool. That's that Eden effect, now I'm in with the Swans. Whip Land Rover, Max gon' drive, I take off over. Please no photos. Can't you see I got the red lanyard on? Bitcoin OG, I'm the big well down. Might shoot to your mom. Jim song, write book and I write song. Noobs getting boarded on. Stack sats when I play this song. Big stack long, real big long, yeah. Might fuck around and get a new passport. Have Katie hook it up. 150 St. Kitts too tough. Gotta have it cause the space is getting rough. I shit risk it, bro, you know me. All in one thing, BTC. Never could fuck with KYC. Coinbase and Robinhood can sloppy suck my D. Cause I only love Bitcoin money, no shitcoin money. Multi-sig this coin dummy. Ain't never finna touch something I don't have. Big boat and accident, you can ask my dad. I only love that big Bitcoin money. Stuck in dummy. I only love Bitcoin money. All the other money trying to bring me down. I'ma short the dollar right to the ground. Buying every dip for the big discount. Shout out my mans, Gary steady holding it down. Him and Surfer Jim, coolest boomers around. Aping into Bitcoin with every dollar they found. The rabbit hole goes deeper than that, and that's facts. I fell down in it somewhere in the past. Before I knew it, I had traded all my cuck bucks fast. And then Bitcoin dumped, cause it be like that. But I hold it on into the night, it's alright. Now look at where we at, Mr. All-Time High. Pigs gon' fly, bears gon' die, plebs gon' cry. Traded all they money for some shit coins. Damn bro, you should've hold a Bitcoin. Oh you mad cause I traded all my cash. And I held on through the crash. And I every morning stack. And it turned into a bag. And I'm stunting on your ass, yeah. Nothing I could do about it. All my followers, they knew about it. But who about it? Not many at all. On the sidelines waiting for the price to fall. You talking real crazy but know nothing at all. Sound money is the pitch. Gotta put an end to all the currency they print. End oppressive government. How they jail little man, but the bank is innocent. Don't trust, verify, man, that's my shit. Run a Bitcoin node, I cannot edit. I got a loaded open dime in my pocket. I can send it anywhere, you can't stop it. I only love Bitcoin money. All the other money trying to bring me down. I'ma short the dollar right to the ground. Buying every dip for the big discount. Cause I only love Bitcoin money. All the other money trying to bring me down. Fuck Bcash, BSV, Tron, EOS. Fuck Roger Ver. Fuck Craig Wright. Fuck them.
Parallel paradox.
G'day, mate, how you going? You need a what? made it, broken.
Once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. Went big, bull tar, make bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Got my bags packed, do you wish you had that? Try to tell the normies they ain't listen, how they sad. Big BTC, lil bro E, GRT. I've been telling y'all to grab that. Bought link, I ain't even do no research. Carry round bags so heavy that my knees hurt. Please, sir, this is for my family. I've been buying daily for prosperity. Okay, you got your suicide stack, all in Bitcoin. I don't need no cash. Fuck cockbucks, they suck. I don't want a pay stub. You can keep the cash. I'ma stack until that day come. Lambo, moonshot, I believe since day one. Elon finna pump this shit to Mars, no need to say none. If you been on the sidelines, FOMO when it's my time. Dumping on you fast, here hold my bags and watch them decline. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, I'm up 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. Went big, bull tart, and bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Shout out all the homies who just stack and stack. Marty Bent, Matt Odell, Mr. Swan and Max. Every fellow OG on CT. Loom Dart, R&R, Loops, and Kobe. If you don't know me, this is wrong hands only. Have fun staying poor if you capitulate, homie. I could never do that, hardly ever go flat. Small team won't do, full send it for ham cat. I'm long with a whole stack, I'm giga brain bull chat. Okay, here's what happened before the IRS mad. I went full bull tart and the bearers died. It sounds tall tales, but there's no lie. See, I lost all my money in the exchange hack and the boating accident that happened after that. Plus I'm down a couple racks from when I bought Z Cash. It's okay, I'll write it off, whatever helps the tax, yeah. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, another 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. Went big, bull tar, make bearers die. Eat Milky Bar, so the price went and flew away. But that was yesterday.
Skies, I try to see the bright side, finding harder up this hill. I try to wake up, try to unplug, but I gotta choose a pill. I can't stop, I won't stop, meditate till I hear a pin drop, build something to last forever. A wise man once told me it's impossible for anyone to own me. With my amp up and Satoshis, and now I'm rising free.
P to P, V for V. I start making sense, I mine Satoshis. Slave to the system and then I break free. When my fear of money becomes BTC. My money's orange now, used to be green. And Twitter is my ex now, got a new team. Purple is my new who, Club Chain is my new crew. Gamma Intel for my boy QW. This my freedom chant, no I don't trust banks. Anytime I walk in feels like quicksand. Yeah, I got a bear plan, uncuff my hands. Got 24 words and my piece of land. And my peace of mind, and my piece of freedom. Piece of time and the piece of Eden. No, I'm not dreaming, wide awake. I got a piece of freedom that they can't take.
Now me. Now I'm rising free. Life is coming at me. If I blink, it's gonna pass me. Make the most of every day. The future moves faster than the past, so hear me when I say, yeah. I can't stop, I won't stop. Meditate till I hear a pin drop. Build something to last forever. A wise man once told me it's impossible for anyone to own me with my ever as a sushi.
Rise. 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 Rise and shine, plebs, this is our time. Rise free from the bonds and the shackles that they made for us. Rise free from the path that they forged and paved for us. Rise free from the deep depths and the pit that they set for us. Rise free every day until we are breathless. I'm rising free with these 24 little words. I'm rising free from slavery. No longer I serve the system created to keep a man down. I'm rising free to the day they carry me on my shield and bury me in the ground. I'm rising free. I'm rising free from the lies they told us. I'm rising free from the lies they showed us. I'm rising free from what once controlled us. I'm rising free, no one can hold us. I am a free man. Are you?
Candle, this the pump they can't handle. Everything we work for, they wanna dismantle. I say God candle, B.I. Max is in shambles. Humble stackers come and get a handful. I say God candle, God candle. I say God candle, God candle, God candle, God candle. I say God candle, God candle, God candle, God candle. I say God can't. It's the pump they can't. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. Fuck man, let's just not even discuss it, man. BTC, yeah, the bull running rapidly, busting all the FUD. It was told through the prophecy. Prophecy perpetuated ever since the Genesis, and properly peer-to-peer the emphasis. Satoshi's penmanship wrote the white paper, 9 pages. It's been monetizing ever since menacing. We from on Wall Street, shit post often dunking on these birds, and they tardiness is costly. They get the price that they deserve. Ain't you heard? They quit pumping, really ain't nothing new till it suddenly a God candle comes rushing through. Let's go. I say God candle, white paper the preamble, numbers on the screen, glaring at the fiat scandal. I said God candle, death to time thief vandals, can't tillionaires, yeah they falling off the mantle. I say God candle, God candle. I say God candle, God candle, God candle, God candle.
When the bull begins.
future and victory is in sight. The forces of evil are daunting and scary. Temptations of submission will make anyone wary. What we are witnessing is a battle for perception. All they have is dishonesty and deception. They want you to be tired, afraid and alone. Their control disappears in the face of backbone. There is no way to control population that is ungovernable. People are dangerous when they choose dignity over being comfortable. When you realize how much there is to lose, all you can do is stand your ground and refuse. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. Dishonesty, and do you comply or defy? In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no easy path forward, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no way to control it, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. When times become difficult, we are faced with opportunity to invest in each other, take care of our community. The soul needs healing in a world that is chaotic. Our pain has purpose, allowing us to be more than robotic. So tune into the bugle to fortify your mind and boost us with Bitcoin if our values are aligned. If you're listening out there, know you aren't alone. Join as we travel bravely into the unknown.
Of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That line in the Constitution is being carried out by Bitcoin. Not by guns, not by militia, not by so-called domestic violent extremists. It is a silent revolution.
Vibing to financial freedom, peer-to-peer worldwide parties, speakers booming, sound money, hard money getting harder. Reward cut in half, eyes on price. Money you can fuck with, global financial system with no leader. A moving finger rights and having rich moves on. Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks. Satoshi wrote Bitcoin, Copernicus, sun at the center of the solar system. It's gravity holding together the solar system. Bitcoin at the center of financial system, holding together the financial system. Conservation of energy, no chancellor bailouts. From mechanical universe, Galileo of Pisa. Digital matter theory, get me some pizza sets. All matter bound by electricity, proton, neutron, electron. Magic internet, money pulling ions together like magnetism. Electromagnetic induction, electrifying the economic world. Settling our bargains of cotton and grain with a line connecting ions peer to peer. ASICs crunching numbers and spinning like a Tesla dynamo into financial revolution. Alternate current on the battle of currents. Light bulb moment, convert electricity into currency. Alternate currency, we win the battle of currency. Jackson and no banks, slaying the creature from Jacko Island. Software, machine fight machine. Replace gold with energy currency and stop wars. Faraday cage to cryptocurrencies in cyberspace. The Bitcoin way. Magic internet money. Light bulb moment. Convert electricity into currency. Sound money. Hard money getting harder. Money you can't fuck with. High like a high-tech Hayekian. Stay humble and stack SaaS. Self-custody. Not your kids, not your crypto. Study history. Study money. Study cypherpunks. Study Austrian economics. Study property rights. study cryptography. Full node on full send. Unstoppable. Diamond hand my socks. Peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Turn up sound money. Know that party. Lightning transactions. Freedom to transact. Proof of work. Blockchain wizard. Ordinary enjoyers. Digital energy. Digital matter. Digital matter theory. Satoshi Nakamoto. Get Bitcoin.
The price tags keep getting tall. Inflation hits like a wall. While it's thin, it's hard to get by. Paycheck's gone in the blink of an eye. Not for the luxury, not for the gain, not for the comfort, just dodge the pain. Bitcoin's the key in the world of the sorrow. Break the chains of yesterdays we couldn't follow. No more sinking in this tide. The system leads us high and dry. In world of Bitcoin, lift me high. Bills stacking up in vain. A cycle we can't contain. Shark goes deep, it's a mess. Future dreams feel like less and less. Not for the fortune, not for the art, not for the glory, just make a start. Bitcoin's the key in the world of our sorrow. Break the chains of yesterdays we couldn't follow. No more sinking in this tide. The system leaves us high and dry. In the world of Bitcoin, lift me high. We're tired of the lies. This way it fakes highs. Bitcoin's the key in the world of our sorrow. Break the chains of yesterdays we couldn't follow. No more sinking in this tide. The system leaves us high and dry. In the world of Bitcoin, lift me high.
We are toxic maximalists. We stack sats and we don't give a buy Bitcoin on relay. Listen to the relay podcast at the Bitcoin Mermaid.
Kick it to the beat. Dollar apocalypse around the corner, hyperinflation on the horizon. Babylon crumbles, white swan rises, orange pill healing, solar punk mining. I am unconfiscatable. Save and non-custodial. Digitally unduplicatable. My values are immutable and uncensorable. Individual sovereignty, peer-to-peer from you to me. No more need for currencies. Constitutional liberty. I am time and space, proof of work, sweat and tears, fire and ice, rain, thunder and lightning, abundance and peace, independent and free, happiness and hope for tomorrow. I am what I am, not more or less. I am pure energy, hot, tender and real, a mathematical
1, 2.
singularity. I am the one piece, solving the equation to make digital anarchy a part of this reality.
If you guys are wondering what's going on, and we're like a couple minutes late here, it's because I'm failing at my job. All right, so Callie, he doesn't need much of an introduction here because he's just kind of taking, Nostr and Bitcoin by storm with eCash and the optimal medium for eCash, Cashew. Callie, take it away, sir.
All right. Can you hear me? Yep. So, hey everyone. I'm going to give a talk about Cashew and how it vibes together with Nostr. And I'm just going to say up front, like much of the work I'm going to present is not my own work. It's a bunch of amazing people working on this project, all of us together. And I want to give you a broad overview of how Cashew and Nostr interact and why it feels so magical when you touch the two. And so I'm going to start off. I'm aware that not everyone knows what eCash is, and you hear eCash here, there, all the time around this conference, maybe. So I'm also I'll try to give you a basic understanding of what it is. For those who know already how it works, sorry, it's going to be a repetition, but I'm going to speed run it. So please bear with me. It's going to be an intense first couple minutes. All right. So why we're working on all of this? Right. So for centuries, we've been using the most private form of money ever known to humankind, and that is old physical cash. Paper money, metal money that you hand peer-to-peer from one person to another without anyone being able to stop you, without anyone being to observe what's happening. And we all agree and know, and this is also the reason why Bitcoin exists, is that our digital lives deserve something similar to that physical thing that we have. So the story of eCash starts with this guy. This is David Chaum. And if you don't know David Chaum is essentially the Satoshi of cryptocurrency in general. So he's the first person who ever created a cryptocurrency in 1982. It's very, very early, and it came way before Bitcoin. And it had very different principles than Bitcoin. And since then, he sparked this revolution that we've been riding on, and that Bitcoin continued. And to give you a sense of the time scale here, 1982, David Chaum comes up with this thing called eCash. And, well, he's a genius cryptographer, as I said. And the idea is that the banks that existed back then were supposed to issue electronic cash to their customers, similar to how you go to an ATM and take out paper money out of the bank. They imagined that the bank would do the same, but in an electronic form. That's eCash. And then users could use that piece of digital data that they downloaded from the bank then to do commerce on the internet. And mind you, this is 82. This is way before the internet even got a thing in normal households. But David Chaum was so forward-thinking that he knew that we need something like physical cash in the online spaces that we're going to build, that needs to be private and untraceable and instant and fast. And he's famous for saying that a society without privacy is not one that can live in democracy. So he's putting privacy as a fundamental, basic human right on center stage. So this is a short sketch of how it works. So imagine I'm Alice, the user, and this is the eCash mint. That's my Chase US bank, let's say, right? So the bank issues electronic cash to the user by sending literal data. And then this user stores the eCash in their device. So they didn't have pockets with computers in them back then, but it would be a computer. And then the user could take this money and then go to a shop run by Carol and now send this peer-to-peer. So send this data from you to Carol. And Carol would receive the money, send back the apple that she sold online. And at the end of the day, Carol would go back to the mint and hand in this piece of data and then get the money in fiat back on her bank account. These are the early interfaces that were built back in the 90s in order to support eCash. So Everyone loved this shit. Microsoft, Deutsche Bank, Credit Suisse, Citibank, there are many, like more big names that really wanted a piece of this cake. Everyone loved it. And mind you, this is again so early. This is before PayPal and all that other stuff existed. Everyone thought, this is the future. This is how we're going to do online payments. And it's going to be perfectly private and fast. And everyone's going to be happy. However, here is the Achilles heel of this whole idea. eCash relied on banks. And eCash relied on the cooperation of banks. It needed to be implemented by the banks. So it needed the devs of Deutsche Bank to sit down and write this thing for you so you can use it. And because it relied on corporate development, it also meant that all of the things that people came up with back then were not going to be cross-compatible. At least that's to be assumed. Because it never came, this world never turned into reality, because historically speaking, you know, you can research into why, but all the deals that were on the table, there were huge deals back then, all failed. And to my, you know, my interpretation of the reason why this failed primarily is because it relied on these banks. So it wasn't, you know, how we see development happening today. And then a decade later, after all of these deals failed, and it was clear that eCash is going to die, then we see PayPal, and then we see credit cards picking up on the internet and now dominating the entire market, right? These multi-billion, probably trillion-dollar markets of online payment industry that emerged afterwards. So, Quo Vadis eCash? Where are you? All right, let's move on. Between 1982 and 2008, a couple of notable events happened, but nothing really picked up. And then came Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the first decentralized electronic cash system without a trusted third party. And Bitcoin is great. It's also the reason why most of us are here. However, you know, although Bitcoin has ridden us from the necessity of a third party to run the monetary system, de facto it has not helped everyone yet to get rid of third parties. So much of the use of Bitcoin, especially for small amounts, especially for daily activity that harm your privacy the most, by the way, most of that relies still on custodial systems. So this is the context, and this is where Cashew comes into the game. What we do is basically we take the concepts from the 80s and put it on top of Bitcoin. So Cashew is a charming eCash protocol for Bitcoin. It allows you to build private and fast and cheap scalable payments for Bitcoin. It works offline, so you can hand data over your phone via NFC, Bluetooth. You can send money per mail, or you can use Nostr, which I'm going to talk about more today. So there's a lot of writing and digging you can do about eCash and Cashew. The way I see it, this is a new type of building custodial Bitcoin services. It allows real micropayments on the web. And it is the way the web was supposed to monetize early on. And it allows you to create community eCash banks that you can run, and not the banks, without having to ask for permission. So, this project is fairly new, and it started right here, like a week after Riga 2 years ago. And this is the current state of the ecosystem, and I'm sure I forgot probably a large part of it. I'm losing the overview myself slowly, but we have a bunch of independent wallet implementations. It's crazy how much effort has been put into building independent implementations of this. We have Mint implementations that are all across different programming languages that are all interoperable, that you can see here. The integration in Nostr has been astonishing, and I'm going to talk more about that in the course of this talk, but it ranges all from social clients that just show you that there's been an eCash payment that you can redeem, up to full hardcore integration into the app as a core piece of the application. So to understand how eCash systems interoperate, I'm going to show this slide here that shows a little bit the architecture of the global eCash system that we're building. So you have one mint and a couple of users. And these users within a mint can exchange eCash. As I explained, handing over a piece of cash to another person, right? This is like, you can imagine this as your bank. If there is another mint somewhere else, the way you can interact now with these other users is not through eCash directly, but you need to take a route along the Lightning Network to bridge these two systems together. And it's seamless. So another user presents you a Lightning invoice, for example, and you don't even know that they're using a Cashew mint, and you take out your Cashew wallet with your Cashew mint. They don't even know that you're a Cashew user. You just scan it, and what happens in the background is that your eCash is destroyed, goes into the Lightning Network, travels to the other mint, and is created, and eCash is created on the other side again. And then you can just scale this as much as you want. You can create as many mints as you want. And from a scaling perspective, this is really, really good because these mints, they scale really well. You can build like with a really non-performant implementation, can support thousands of people already. So each single mint can service thousands of people easily. And it really helps to scale Bitcoin payments itself because a single mint acts as a service provider for many people, right? So if you just think of it as mints being run for a community, even if a mint just services like 20 people already, which is a very small number, this helps Bitcoin payments really scale in a way, custodially, in a way that is not so centralized as we see with custodial systems together today. And 1,000 mints blossom. So, too long, didn't read. Very fast, I'm going to give you, overload you with facts for those who can absorb them. Cashew, eCash is a bearer asset. You hold the money as data in your wallet. Everyone can run a mint for your own use case. Simple website to big custodian. It can be a shitcoin, or it can also represent real money like Bitcoin. So there are eCash implementations, just you get your head around this. eCash could be its own denomination, but obviously we don't choose to do that. The state of ownership, and this is very interesting from a computer science perspective, the state of ownership is not defined in a database. There is no database where you can look at and see this person has this much, this person has this much, and so on, but it's defined on who has what in their pockets. This is literally what defines who has what, right? The transactions are peer-to-peer, so I send it directly to you, and the mint prevents the double spending of this transaction. The transactions are irreversible. Although this is a custodial system, they are very, very irreversible because the mint cannot really, cannot undo the transaction between us. It always happens when it happens. All it can do is delete the fact that they have prevented double spending, which is to rug themselves, basically. So there is no way for the mint to reverse an eCash transaction. We can add spending conditions for user-defined scripting. I'll go into that a little bit deeper later. And there's insane privacy that prevents censorship. So you might say, wait, Kalle, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a custodial system. How can it be censorship resistant? And this is a neat little point I want to just explain here briefly. So Bitcoin's censorship resistance comes from its permissionless nature. That means Bitcoin is censorship resistant because you cannot turn it off. You cannot stop it from running over forever, basically. Even if the miner doesn't accept my transaction, there will be another miner. And as the system just moves on, and no one will be able to stop me from transacting with you. eCash, on the other hand, the censorship resistance comes from its privacy properties. The mint can be turned off. It's important to remember, it's a custodial system. The mint can just be shut down. But the mint cannot single you out as a user. So it cannot say, I don't like Kalle because he's posted something I don't like yesterday. I'm going to turn off his money. That just doesn't work with eCash. All the mint can do is stop operating for everyone or let everyone still use the system. All right, so Cashew and Nostr. Let's see how they interoperate. So we have eCash systems now, and from the start, it became really clear that we need a couple more things in order to make eCash really useful. And it's funny because when we started working on Cashew, it's around the same time when FIATF started working on Nostr. So both of these protocols kind of matured side by side. Obviously very different directions and level of traction and so on. But both of them were developed from around the same time. So what eCash needs, first of all, it needs a peer-to-peer layer. It needs a way for me to actually reach you, right? Currently, most of the transactions that we're doing are QR codes. So I'm using the physical space as a peer-to-peer layer, if you like. It also can benefit really from an identity layer. That means I want to have a system where I can find you, and I know it's you, right? QR codes obviously don't have that. I mean, but that's okay because I can see you when I'm doing it. But I'd like to have something also in the digital space. eCash also benefits from a public square layer. Public square layer meaning I want to be able to know what everyone else says, for example, about this mint, or how I can find mints by other people who recommend mints. And it also needs resilient infrastructure. And that means the infrastructure that we're using today is, we could say, if someone turns off your DNS, then you'll have problems. I'll just say that, and Nostr can really help with that. Nostr can become a layer for other applications to increase their resilience. So, what about Nostr? And in my mind, what Nostr needs that is relevant to eCash is Nostr needs a payment layer. We want strong signal for posts, and we want the social interaction. Lightning already works great with many problems that we've been discussing with devs, but we need something that's faster and more lightweight. Nostr can also benefit from a DOS protection. That means that a mechanism to slow down the use of Nostr relays. And relay monetization. I think this is a very big one that hasn't been really approached yet in the space so much. There are a couple of paid relays, but in my mind, this is not ideal yet. For a pay as you go, pay to use relay experience, we still have some work to do, and I think eCash can really help with that. So there is this kind of mutual relationship between these two systems that we're already seeing today. So how can Cashew reach resilience through Nostr? I want to give a couple of examples of things that people are working on today. So there's mint discoverability, NIP80, that helps you to discover mints on Nostr. This is super useful. You can write a Cashew wallet that doesn't come with a default mint in the wallet. It just says, click here to discover mints. And it's beautiful because that's the beauty of Nostr, right? You don't log in nowhere, nothing. You just press a button, then there's a spinner and it says, here are 15 mints that you can choose from. We want mint reputation. So this is also very powerful. Hasn't been explored enough yet, but it's also part of the same NIP. Is I want to know what mints my friends are using, so I can make a better choice in picking one of the mints that I would like to trust. Nostr also helps Cashew to become independent from DNS. So we have a very exciting project in our developer space that's called Nostr Web Services that allows you to bypass DNS basically and reach a mint directly without having to go through systems that can be turned off, let's say. And we have distributed eCash storage now popping up. So people putting the money into the relays that makes wallets suddenly synchronize across space and time, which is magical because you open your wallet here and you open your wallet there and you have the same balance and you have the same transaction history and so on. So this is really something where Cashew really benefits from building on top of Nostr. So as an example, mint discovery via Nostr. What does it look like? It's basically an unstoppable Yelp with Cashew mints. So when you go to bitcoinmints.com, there's a website that you start the website, then there's a spinner loading, and suddenly you get a long list of mints. And you also have reviews there, and you can see who reviewed this mint. And if you like the mint, you can just add it with a click to a Cashew wallet. There's cashewmints.space, another website that does something similar. And as I also explained before, you can also do everything inside your own wallet without even leaving the wallet. What am I on time, by the way? of 5 minutes, that's going to be bad. I think we started 15 minutes late. Yeah? Well, speed run. All right. Let's speed run this and skip. All right, zaps. Zaps are very fun on Nostr. We pay each other for funny posts that we make. So how does zaps work in relation with Cashew? Zaps level 1, that's the easy part. At the beginning, people were sending eCash via DMs, right? So before I tell you about eCash via DMs, I want to give you some examples of how people have been sending around Cashew tokens already to make your head spin. So Cashew tokens so far have been transmitted through, first example, through satellites. So someone sent a Cashew transaction via space to someone else. That's cool. There is another example of this guy here over here who has built a post-apocalyptic mesh network that also works if your internet is offline. So you can send tokens to his 3D printer dealer or something like that while the internet is shut off. And my most favorite one here is from Yellow recently, where he sent a Cashew token worth 1 Satoshi broken into 3 bank transactions. So he put the Cashew token into the subject field of bank transactions, which technically makes the bank money transmitter, I guess. So this is what it looks like when you send DMs. These are 3 different apps that achieve this. It's a very seamless experience. You say, hey, this is great, I like that. You enter the amount, press send, and then the money pops up in the chat between you two. And on the other side, if you have one of the Nostr clients that supports that, then you'll see something like this. So this is Nostrudel showing you the incoming payment. It's the same payment across different clients. So here's 0xChat showing, Primal showing it, Coracle showing it, Amethyst showing it, and Snort the OG showing it too. So it's fucking amazing. There's also npub.cash. This is a very cool project by Ege. This basically gives a lightning address to everyone. So if you have a npub, then you have a lightning address. And this is pretty magical because if you integrate this into a wallet, so if you integrate npub.cash into a wallet, what this allows you to do is take your lightning address with you and really brings this Nostr experience that we all know from logging on with your NSEC into a different client to the Bitcoin space, to your lightning address. Essentially, you can switch the wallet, can be a completely different vendor, and you enter your NSEC or you sign somehow with an extension, and suddenly you'll get your zaps into that wallet. So you can try this today on Cashew.me. I just recently released this, but haven't announced it yet. Just for you, before everyone else knows it, you can go into the settings of Cashew.me wallet and just flip a switch here, enable, and you get a lightning address that is powered by npub.cash and receive your zaps into that eCash wallet. So level 2. Level 2 is we started playing around with our Bitcoins. So Nostr zaps level 2 is essentially a combination of NIP60, Pablo has been talking about that in the workshop before if you were there, and NIP61. So you see here, Highlighter is a Nostr long-form client that's amazing, and you have Nutsec, this is a proof of concept NIP60 wallet, and both show me the same balance here, and that's what I wanted to show before when I said you can log in with your NSEC and see the same money appear in different clients. So what are the requirements for NIP61 nutzaps? We want them to be public, so everyone should be able to see that I zap Pablo. They should be verifiable, so everyone should be able to see whether the eCash is fake or not. And the payment should commit to the event that I'm zapping, so they cannot be replayed. So it says really, Kalle zapped Pablo for this specific post, and the eCash was valid. So this is what it would look like. This is not what it does look like yet, but this zap icon that you see in every Nostr client, basically you would press that, and this time it would be instant because it's almost instant. You press it and the payment is done. And in the background you have this JSON, this Nostr event, where if you look at the proof field here, the money is in the event itself, and that's the crucial part here. The payment is the message. All right, so let's see. I want to explain a little bit how this works, and I hope we'll be fine with time, but I'll just dive into it, and they will stop me if I go over time too much. So, how does it work? Programmable eCash. We can attach spending conditions to eCash. So that's what we need to build zaps, as I said. And this is very similar to how it works with Bitcoin. When you have a Bitcoin UTXO, you lock it to a public key, essentially. And then only the owner of the private key can actually spend that Bitcoin. And we can do the same thing with eCash. And the example is pay to public key. So here's how it works. And that's also what's happening in the background for NIP61, not zaps. So Carol is the receiver here. Carol creates a public key. This is this green lock that you see. And Carol can now share this public key with the world and say, send me money to this public key. This is like a Bitcoin address. And this green lock, she posts on Nostr. It's a special event that she publishes and says, this is my green lock. If you want to zap me, send money to this lock. And then Alice wants to zap Carol and say, cool, I'll take my eCash and I'll just attach this lock to it. So Alice takes her eCash and puts the lock on there and sends it over Nostr to Carol. And that's it. Zap is complete. Everyone can see that there is a lock. Everyone can see that only Carol can spend it, and that's actual eCash that is not fake. So the transaction is complete, and everyone can see that a zap happened. At the end of the day, when Carol wants to take out that locked eCash, she goes to the mint and needs to provide a signature to the mint. The mint says, hey, are you really the owner of this green lock? Says yes, and gives back the money in an unlocked form back to Carol, and Carol can do whatever she wants with it. So pay to pub key allows you to build receiver offline transactions. I haven't even dove into this topic. This is very exciting. You can make transactions where the receiver doesn't have internet. You can post eCash publicly. This is what we're seeing right now. I'm so happy that, Pablo, that you're doing this because, this has been on my mind from day one, basically. And this slide is probably a year old. And it allows very high frequency payments, also something that I haven't dove into here. But the fact that the receiver can be offline means that you can also make payments that are as fast, like, I don't know, I don't want to say numbers, but more than thousands per second. All right, step back. What does it say? I'm sure everyone in this room has a way to interpret this sentence. Everyone has some kind of connotation or kind of agreement with the sentence. And that's very sad because I remember, I was young, but I remember what the internet promised, what the world would look like. And it wasn't the one that we live in today. So the way I see it, our payments are a really big part of why the internet is fucked. And it's basically the payment systems that we have built destroy anonymity as if by design. It's not as if, it is actually the design of these payment systems. And here's one example. This is what the internet looks like today. I mean, this is an old iOS browser, but it still looks the same thing. And you want to read an article, and they ask you to put your birth certificate in there, your credit card number, to read the political article. It just blows my mind that Bitcoiners are the only people thinking about this. And here's another problem. And Signal is amazing. There's not Signal FAT. Download Signal, use only Signal. But Signal has a similar problem that is related here, is that they require identities for limiting the use of their service. Signal requires you to put a phone number in there still in order to use the service because they don't want to open the platform to bots, basically. So it feels like you have two choices on the internet. You either pay with something that doxes you and hurts your privacy, or you create an account with something that doxes you or hurts your privacy. And eCash specifically fixes that. And it's amazing at fixing that. So how to do it better? Two quick examples. Here's one project called ChatNut. This is a pay-per-use chatbot that you can use where you can use AI. But what makes it different from all the other projects out there is that there is no user account. And you can pay once, let's say 1,000 Satoshis, and then you have in the front end, in the browser, you have eCash, like in your pocket. And for every question that you ask, you take some of that eCash and throw it back to the server and make these payments. And they're uncorrelated, and they can't track your use of that service. And another one, and I'm very excited about this project, you should keep an eye on this. This is called KeyChat, and they've implemented the Signal protocol on top of Nostr. So they allow you to use a double ratchet signal encryption protocol in Nostr, and the way They use eCash as magical because, first of all, they allow you to make payments within the chat. We've seen that before. But they've also built in a built-in relay monetization into their app, which means they can run these relays for users who want to use KeyChat. And because they don't ask you for a phone number, obviously, they can still limit the use by making you pay 1 Satoshi per message. It's really a nice project. So I'm coming to the end. eCash systems are private cypherpunk money systems. What do I mean by that? And this sentence is a bit related to this question I get all the time. Who's going to run the mints? Now, this is the who's going to build the streets version of eCash. My answer is, I don't know, you tell me. And, I've got the answer already. And I knew this would happen. This is my wallet, what it looks like. I'm running one of these mints only as a development mint. But you can see this is a wallet where I have probably 20 mints already, and there are so many mints already. I really don't think this is our problem. There will be people who will run mints. And even if it's only for their 20 friends, it will be good. So 1,000 mints will blossom. So I'm going to end this with a last story here that really stuck in my mind. I have paranoid friends. And for good reasons. But some of them don't use digital payments at all. Like they are like cavemen in this digital world because they cannot. Their OPSEC requires them not to use any digital payments. And it makes their life really hard. And this is what one of those friends told me. And I really didn't appreciate this before he did. Because now with eCash, he can go into the bar and he can pay for the beer without coming online. He can take the eCash out of his pocket, hand it over to the bar person, and the bar person needs to be online to receive the payment, but the payer doesn't need to. And this also means you can pay peer-to-peer with one person having internet. This is me on a flight without internet. I'm sending money to a friend who's then keeping it in his wallet. We're both offline. I could double spend him, but he knows I won't. Just he's going to receive it in his wallet, and then later when he has internet, it will be in his, appear in his wallet. So, eCash, as I tried to convince you, from the 80s on, it should have been everywhere. This was the range that people thought eCash would cover. From this guy on a Brazilian beach without internet, to these guys over here making high-frequency transactions with thousands of times per second, right? And it turns out all it really needed is a bit of Bitcoin. So, Bitcoin fixes eCash, and I'll leave you with this. If you want to become a Cashew contributor, please, we're looking for more developers. It's a really vibrant space. Come talk to me. We have the documentation. I'll hold your hands and show you all the different libraries that we have. There's also an amazing event happening in October, BTC++ eCash, probably the first eCash conference that ever happened. And if you want to support Cashew and the development of eCash technologies, you can support us through the Open Cash Association. That is a nonprofit to support our development. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Wow. Talk about killing it. Thank you, sir. That was amazing. We're just a couple minutes behind. We're going to bring up Colby. He's going to be talking to us about an all-in-one Nostr relay with a nice GUI interface. Colby, all right, here he comes. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Switch up. Got it. There we go. Hello, hello. So, where to begin? So this is basically Hornet storage, but kind of started as that. I would say that was the seed, and a lot has blossomed from it. But to begin, we're going to just start with the all-in-one Hornet Storage Nostr relay. And basically how this thing works is it can host all of the normal Nostr nodes that normal relays host, but it can also host Blossom blobs, which a lot of people are starting to get a lot more familiar with. And you know, the beauty of Blossom is that it provides the data portability that your normal Nostr nodes have, but for your media as well. Because you know, if a relay bans you for any reason, you can just move your post to another relay because they're all signed by your key. And that would be what Blossom provides as well for your media. So Hornet Storage tries to provide that, but there is something that happens when the media files get really large. It's basically called a delay attack, where the only way you can verify that I signed the video is if you download it first. And if it's a really large video, it might take you, 10 minutes to download it. So by the time you finish downloading it, you then have to verify it, and it might be that I sent you the wrong video. So Merkle trees basically provide this chunking where you can download it branch by branch and verify that every branch is signed with the signature that signed the root. So it's still just one signature, just like your Nostr notes are. So the Hornet Storage Relay supports all three of those. And it comes with a really nice GUI panel that I'm going to show you guys where relay operators will finally be able to have an experience kind of like how the miners do with their mining farms and the dashboard panels that they have. So you can see here, you got some different graphs that display like the percentage of what you're storing, like photos or videos or normal notes. You have your paid subscribers at the top, and it's all interactable, and this is all currently functional. You also have the number of addresses, so if people start switching to Bolt 12, you can track that, and just the number of users that you have on your relay as well. You can track how many gigabytes per month you're storing in total, and you could do it month by month, and then that's basically the same thing, but for notes and media segregated. Over here on the right, you have your wallet, little Bitcoin graph. See the price of Bitcoin, all of your transactions, people who are paying you, if you're a paid relay. And they even have a button for switching to sats if you want to denominate in that. Then here is the settings page. So this is, I think, the most magical part. You can really configure how you want to host data. You don't have to do everything. You can store Blossom blobs, you can store the Merkle trees, you could turn those off altogether if you want. Here is just the different kind numbers supporting different NIPs. Just giving you really full toggleability. And then some people don't want to host photos and videos, the content moderation problem. So you can turn those off as well if you want. Same with the audio down there. Just kind of make it a nice experience for relay operators because they're like the backbone of the network at the end of the day, like the server operators. And then here you have statistics for each kind number. So you can kind of track the trends of maybe different new Nostr apps that are emerging. Because new apps tend to have new kind numbers. So that's pretty much the panel, and there is a light mode as well. It's like a bit of a flashbang for everyone, but yeah. So that's the beginning. And since we built this relay with the ability to store all types of files, we thought might as well build a little decentralized Dropbox to test it all out. So this is Nostrbox, and it still isn't released yet. It will be out in maybe 2 weeks, but it's pretty far along. And I'm just going to show you guys what it looks like as well. So here you log in with your private key. And we want to support other things later, maybe like BitTorrent, so there's a little side panel. But it starts here where we're going to add a relay. Just start from the beginning. Oh, and those are two different transport protocols at the top, by the way. You could support QUIC instead of WebSockets, which is a little bit faster, but both are available. So this is connecting to a Hornet Storage Relay right now. This is just the Nostrbox app. And we're connected. So now we're going to upload a file, just like you would in Dropbox. And on the top right there, you can see it's uploading. And it's uploaded. We got a grid view or a list view. You could even make new folders, and all of these are like tracked with Nostr notes. We forked NIP96, which is like this metadata Nostr note. I've seen Will support it. I think it's a really good, simple note that you can incorporate multiple types of file storage into. So it has support for Blossom and Psionic Merkle trees and even torrents. So we'll release that very soon, the documentation on it. But here you have your receiving addresses. So this way you could pay your Nostr relay to store your data. So you don't have to pay Microsoft and all these companies that just hold your stuff hostage. You can switch. It's like a free market for data storage now. Nostr is really starting to blossom beyond text. And this is the proof of that. So this was just sending a transaction, basically. It's going to be using the Neutrino wallet. So it has compact block filters, more privacy friendly for your IP. And then here is the relay you're connected to and the NIPs they support, and then you can even subscribe to them, and you can do like a monthly subscription. And we have we built a NIP that we'll be releasing soon as well, where you can essentially issue a invoice as a Nostr note and then pay it. And once you've paid the invoice, then you'll show up in the relay panel. So it really automates the paid relay process. And yeah, that's Nostrbox. So the thing that we really started this all for was to work on the decentralized GitHub. And now that the relay is there and we've been able to store files, we finally are ready to show the progress on the decentralized GitHub. And because we're storing those Git trees in the same way with the Psionic Merkle trees on the Hornet storage relays, just like we're storing these files. And Blossom blobs are great, but they're better for small files because of that delay attack risk that Merkle trees prevent. So without further ado, I'm going to finally show what we've been working on for like 2.5 years now. So this is Nostr. It's a desktop app, Electron app, and it is like Twitter and GitHub combined. On the right here, we have these toggles where you can essentially turn them on and off, and it will change your feed. And that code toggle lets you see GitHub-related content, and the social is your normal Nostr notes, and then media is the decentralized videos and photos and whatnot. So we can just watch it happen, and I'll try to walk us through all the different parts it goes through, but it's definitely more involved. So yeah, here you can just scroll through the feed and so here we turn off repost, and now there are no retweets on the feed. So I think a marketplace of algorithms is definitely the future, but I think toggles are a kind of a simple way to filter your feed. That's nice. So here's someone's profile, and search is working very well. It's web of trust-based search. Just searching a keyword Nostriga there. So this is the profile of Nostr Tester, the little cat. Gems on the right are kind of cool. Just a little feature we added where kind of like pinned tweets, your most popular stuff you can showcase. So here we'll go to repositories. This goes to your profile, but there's a little code section now. And here is a repo. So you can open up a file, edit files, just like GitHub. So here we can create issues. We even added the sub-issues, which was a good idea from some of the people on Nostr. Thought that was cool. GitHub doesn't have sub-issues, so going beyond them. And here you can assign people to an issue that you're creating using the same mechanism that we use for search. You can even add labels. You can even create labels. So these are little labels you can add to your repo, and you can save them and just have a little index of them for later. Here are these zap razors, which are really cool. So basically, you assign an issue to one of these zap razors, and then you can just try and crowd fund it. And if it raises enough money, then maybe someone will actually finish the issue and collect the bounty. Here's the PR section. So people can have conversations under pull requests. You can check out the commits involved in a pull request, the changes, the parents. Different files, just collapsing them and checking stuff out. You can review changes here and write comments, approve a pull request. And then here we have a Kanban board, just like on GitHub, for large companies where you have a lot of different developers. You guys can assign. It's kind of like one of those whiteboards where you assign tasks and what's in progress and whatnot. That's all working on Nostr notes. Here you can create a pull request, assign people to it, kind of like how you create an issue. All right, so that was the UI side of things. But on the back end, there's some really important notes that I want to mention, and then I'll show you a little demo of the CLI. So a lot of people have been focused on patches for GitHub over Nostr, and the issue with patches is that they don't preserve the commit hash, the tags, or the author of the person doing the commit inside the Git tree itself. And you can always write that stuff in an external Nostr note, but it's not actually in the Git tree. And if we want to achieve perfect consistency of the actual Git tree in a cryptographically verifiable way, where the hash of the Git tree is completely matching, which makes verification of everything much easier, then you'd want to achieve that, And here I'm going to show you how we did it. There's this esoteric new Git command called git bundle that lets you turn a individual push into a pack file, which is what Git works on typically. And when you send the pack file to a relay, he can pull from it and integrate your commit while preserving the commit hash, the tags, and the authorship. So it achieves perfect consistency. And here I'm going to show you a little side-by-side thing. On the left, we have the user doing the push, and on the right, we have the Hornet storage relay. We call the permission system airlock, because it's kind of like authenticating the person before they come in, which all works on Nostr notes as well. But here, you can kind of just see the workflow of what happens. So airlock is initiated on the right. Then here, we're just setting our key, importing our Nostr key. Then we're going to unlock it for the session. It usually stays in memory for like 72 hours. Then here we're going to initiate a new repository. And this is all using Git helper functions and using the Git Nostr CLI under the hood, but it's all normal Git. So a CD into the repo, assign our key, the Nostr key that we just did in the first command. Now we're going to add airlock, the relay, as our remote, kind of like you would if you were going to add GitHub. Here we're going to add the files to the stage, I guess, and then we'll do our first commit, push it, and then on the right here you can see how the bundle file was received in the scroll, and then 3 lines down from that, you can see how it pulls the changes from the bundle file and puts them into the main branch. And the commit hashes, they're all perfectly matching. The Git tree is perfectly synchronized. So I think that was a very difficult task. Last year, our original plan was to literally turn the Git folder into a Merkle tree and sign the root, and it did not work. So we had to figure out another way to achieve consistency. Luckily, the bundle files emerged while I was scrolling on Nostr, by the way. It's a complete coincidence. I saw this blog post about it from Hacker News, and then I was like, man, I wonder if these achieve perfect consistency, because they were much newer than patches. They're like from 2018 or something. So after a lot of trial and error, they finally worked out. So yeah, it's really been a long road, but in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think it will be completely integrated into the front end and absolutely releasable. So we're really excited about that. But before I go, there's one more thing I want to show you guys that has to do with the outbox model. And basically, the outbox model it's really cool, but I think there's a way that we could improve it a bit. So in the bottom right there, you could see that infinite loading bar. This happens sometimes when there are missing Nostr notes. For example, if I'm not on the same Nostr relay that you're on, then I can't see your posts a lot of the time, especially if my relay isn't syncing. The idea of the outbox model is honestly very clever, and it took me a while to adjust to it, but you guys had a good point. And the idea is just to reach out to other people's relays and retrieve the data instead of just always trying to retrieve the data from your own relay. This is cool, but sometimes it's hard to get somebody's latest relay list. If I don't know your list of relays, how can I reach out to them, And with the outbox model, they tried to solve it by creating something called NIP65, which is like a mini relay list. It has like 2 relays on it, and the goal is to spread that little mini list across as many relays as you can. But sometimes these relays aren't even communicating with each other. They're in completely different countries. They don't even know that the other one exists. So that NIP65 note doesn't get to everyone. And the idea with this is to basically put your NIP65 note on the BitTorrent DHT, because the BitTorrent DHT has 10 million nodes, and the idea is that all the other nodes are able to find each other more easily using the DHT. They have like this B tree of the locations of nearby nodes, and it's literally designed for discovering each other. So the idea is you can basically publish a 1,000-byte file on the DHT for free, as much as you want, and usually people republish every 2 hours or longer. But you can just put your relay list on the DHT all the time, and then anytime someone wants to find your relays, they just need your DHT key, and they can instantly pull it from the DHT and then pull your data. Whatever note is missing can be pulled. So it's a little bit more resilient than just expecting the NIP65 note to get spread around to all of the relays. Because sometimes, like I said, the relays don't even know that the other ones exist. So the DHT kind of makes them aware of each other so that they can become accessible to you. So yeah, I think this will really just finish off the outbox model and polish it off. But yeah, so that's it for the technical stuff. I just want to give a shout out to the team because there's a lot of us that have done this. So there's some of us in the US, Adam in the UK, then been there since the beginning, and Chris in Indonesia. Chris really worked hard on the DHT. Sapiwi took the relay to another level, and then Marty Malmi recently joined us and helped us a lot with we ended up using a lot of his stuff for the Nostr box and the Kanban board, and then Cypher is our pseudonym, so we don't know where he is. It's good to have one on the project, but yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Colby. Hell of a presentation, hell of an effort. Wow. How can't you be bullish on Nostr after seeing stuff like that? Next, we have Ben Ark coming up here. He's going to be talking about, and this was a perfect example of what he's going to be talking about as well, which is beyond social media. So Ben, come on up here.
got some gizmos we're going to test, which might not work, but if they work, it'll be fun. Okay, and that was absolutely, it was a nice transition from the GitHub work there. Is it on? Is it?
Oh, yeah, I think you need to have this in for your clicker.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm just going to plug in directly. Yeah, it's a nice transition from GitHub, because it's the other stuff part of Nostr, which I mean, I'm obviously very interested in the social side of Nostr, but then also the other stuff part of Nostr, which I'm going to be doing my talk on now. I'm just going to quickly plug in my laptop and then set up some hardware, so it'll be about 1 minute. Now the plan was to have a, it's not coming through. Should this, it's plugged in now, should it be on the screen? Bit of tech support. The plan was originally to have a fireball machine on stage, making fireballs, but I didn't get around to it. And also there's probably some issues around that. But yesterday I hacked together this little project here, which we'll demo and we'll see if this works. And this is a bit of Nostr hardware, which I really like marrying hardware and Nostr. So we're going to see if this thing works. I'll just put it around my neck, I guess. I'll wear it. Is there any Nostr wearable devices out there, or is this a first? Has anyone seen any Nostr wearable devices? I think it's like a part of Nostr we haven't explored enough is the fashion scene. There we go. Oh yeah, can we plug in this HDMI? Coming through. Oh, there we go. Didn't plug it in enough. No, I don't need the clicker. That's fine. Okay. How do I make? Because it's not on there. Should it be on there? It's registering, but we've still got this screen on here. How do we? Because I've got the screen here. But then how do I get on here? Because it's not showing up on the big screen here. Do they need to switch it over or something? No? Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's mirrored. Yeah. So we can see the display. But it's not coming through. Unless maybe if I change the resolution, shouldn't matter, should it? Just try it. We've got an issue getting my my screen on the big screen here, but I suppose I can get started while the issue's being solved, and then we can kind of like, yeah, I can work backwards. So yeah, my interest is in the other stuff part of Nostr. For me, Nostr, because there was the relationship between building marketplaces, decentralized marketplaces, and the beginnings of Nostr. So that's one of the things which we initially wanted to build, was a marketplace on Nostr, and that idea. So I think we sometimes come across as like crazy, like we're evangelizing in this sort of crazy, wild-eyed way, often like we do with Bitcoin, where we're like, this thing can solve a lot of problems, and we say Bitcoin and we say Nostr, but then really those words, those terms are referencing a collection of technologies. So if you kind of remove just the Nostr part, and if you just say, okay, this new topology where all servers are doing is just relaying data, that can solve a lot of problems on the internet. And then suddenly all these things start to make sense. It's like, okay, what can we build with this new topology of dumb server smart clients and some public key crypto as well? So that's the thing which we've been exploring. I guess I can plug this device in and see if it works. So this is based off a project called the Nostr Zap lamp. And what this does is it just, so I think we assume that all clients and users of Nostr are going to be people. We've started to see, some AI clients which are starting to act as users, but hardware can also be users. It doesn't have to be a human being. Ah, fantastic. Thank you so much. I think I just need to mirror. Ooh. There we go. Nice. Yeah, it doesn't just need to be a human being. So the way I was going to start the talk was I was trying to rejiggle Nostr.com, and I wanted a better phrase to kind of explain what Nostr is, rather than restricting it to just social media. And I like the idea of a better internet is possible. Like we were promised this internet and this information revolution, and for a lot of us it didn't really happen, or it kind of got siloed or co-opted or became part of private interest. And I think we should never take off the eyes off the prize, which is a better internet is possible. And that kind of term is from within anarchism, they say a better world is possible, just to say that we're not at the end of history. Things progress, stuff can get better, and the way we do stuff can get better. And then similarly, with Nostr, I think, we see the potential for it to make the type of internet which we originally hoped for when the internet came about, which is where control empowers users as opposed to empowering server admins. Anyway, so as I said, I'm very interested in using hardware. So what I've got here is a little microcontroller plugged into a relay, and then I hacked this together yesterday, so hopefully it works. It's been bashed around in my bag, but it's just an LED strip thing. But you can plug anything into this, and then, so basically, like, I've connected this to Jaffe's Nostr profile, to his public key. So that's just it initializing, and as long as, am I still on the internet? Yeah. As long as I'm on the internet there, because this is connected to the same hotspot, then it should just work. So can someone just zap Jaff some money on Nostr, please? And then hopefully this thing will light up. So this thing's just a client, and it has its own private key, public key, and then it's connecting to, it's subscribing to Jaff's posts or notes, and then when you zap him, this is going to pull the note down, say, oh, it's a zap, and then it's going to turn the relay on, and then turn the lights on, hopefully. Let's see if it works. Oh, there we go. Someone zapped Jaff. Look at that. And I built one of these for myself, and I have it in my office, and it's very rewarding because you're sat there just grinding away, feeling a bit miserable, like you're not appreciated, and the world's against you. And then suddenly the little thing lights up in the back, and you think, oh, someone loves me somewhere, enough to give me some sats. Yeah, so I'll leave that plugged in, and then if people want to, zap off Jaffy, then I'm sure you'd enjoy having it. Oh, there we are. We've got another zap there. They actually queue as well, the notes. It's very cool that a $2 microcontroller can run a Nostr client and then can do all the things which it needs to be able to do to connect to the Nostr network. And actually, this opens up a whole new world of possibility. So within IoT, like the sort of device here I'm using is sort of, an ESP32. It's a 10-year-old little microcontroller which is used throughout the world of IoT. That can also, people are zapping the hell out of Jaff right now, it's good. That can also, we can connect it to Nostr, we can connect it to the Nostr network. So this original project was the Nostr Zap Lamp project. And you can actually, we have a web installer for this, so you can build this thing pretty easily. It's just a relay, a little microcontroller. And then if you go over to the web installer, then you can actually flash this from your browser, which is pretty nice. It's quite a nice little project to start playing around with some hardware. And then in there, you can just connect a public key. But inevitably, from this project, you think, OK, so now, so Black Coffee, someone who works in Bits and Bit stuff, he also built this incredible Nostr library for Arduino. So if you go into Arduino and you type in Nostr in the libraries, then you'll see the Nostr library come up. And you can implement Nostr into your hardware projects. So then the next thing is, OK, let's build an IoT device. So we built an IoT device. Like, I want IoT. I like the idea of IoT. I like the idea of automation and being able to turn things on and off in my home with my phone and check the levels of my solar batteries when I'm away here and to make sure that the solar panels are working. I like all that. But I really don't like the terms and conditions that you get in IoT software. And there was that great quote that, even George Orwell didn't predict that we would buy the listening devices and install them ourselves into our homes. And I think it's very true. Like the things which we install, IoT things we install into our homes are very dangerous. And it's important, as people who want freedom and liberty, that we empower people to, and we build IoT which doesn't snoop on our networks and snoop on us as well. So I got another little gizmo over here. I'll dangle this one over there, just in case anyone wants to carry on tipping Fiat Jaff right there. I got another one here. This one's a little bit more dangerous because it's 230 volt. Make sure it's working. Yeah, I'm not sure this one will work. Right, let's give this a whirl. So this lamp, again, it's been bashed around in my bag, so hopefully this does work. Again, it has a Nostr client running on it, and it has some keys. And it's just an IoT device. It's a dumb lamp. I bought it from the shop yesterday. It was like $20, or 20 euros, sorry. And I've just retrofitted one of these little microcontrollers, which you would just get in IoT devices anyway. And I've given it private key, public key, and now I'm just going to literally DM it using a very dumb IoT piece of software, just a front-end, client. It's not doing anything funky. It's not listening to any network stuff. And the code's completely free and open source. And I'm going to connect to my device, hopefully. I'll reload this and see if it connects. And then, is my hotspot still on? Yes, it is. Let's see. Uh-oh. I think I might have internet issues. And let's refresh. I want to do a hard refresh because that would ruin my... Okay. Maybe I'm just trying to do too many demos here. But the idea is that I can have this software on my phone. It could be an IoT piece of software, and then I can do stuff like read the batteries of my solar panels, and I have a button I can turn lights on and off at home. And literally all it's doing is, it's not, we're trying to like squeeze IoT into this Nostr thing, and it doesn't really make much sense. We're just using that topology of dumb servers relaying data to do IoT. And then it's like, oh, okay, that does kind of make sense, actually. Oh, no. Did I delete my settings like a fool? No, I didn't. Let's see. Let's reload. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, give me a green light. Yes, we have a green light. Let's see if this works. So I have a button here now. Dumb client. It's got its Nostr keys. And I'm going to just DM my light and see if it turns on. Did it turn on? No. My little signal pin's fallen out for the device. I'll see if I can put it back in 1 second. Okay. That's it. I mean, I'm not sure. Oh, I think I plugged into the wrong pin. I can't remember what pin I set it up with, so there's the issue right there. No, it's not working. It's the pin. So basically, you have these GPIOs on this microcontroller, and you can send a high signal, and that turns the relay on, which turns the light on. Well, it just basically closes a switch. But I don't know. I can't remember which pin I connected it to. So yeah, that's a bit of an issue. One more try. Okay, I'm trying pin 27, let's see. Okay, that's a better sign. I'm going to give it a second to connect to my hotspot and then connect to the relay. Yay, there we go, it's working. It was pin 27. There we are. I just love it, look at that. I can turn the lights on. And I don't have these horrible terms and conditions. Fantastic. I'll leave that on just to dazzle you. So yeah, there's a couple of examples of kind of fringe out-the-box thinking when it comes to Nostr and what we can use Nostr for. There is good free and open source IoT things out there like MQTT, but they do require you to run a server and open ports and all this other stuff, and it's a bit of a pain. Whereas what I like about the Nostr IoT thing, the thing we're developing and we'll sell and whatever, is just a European plug socket you can plug anything into, and you can just turn it on and off, with your phone. I think that's the first step. But what's cool about it is the person who's buying that privacy-centric IoT device, they don't even need to know that it's using Nostr. They're just buying a privacy-centric IoT device off the internet, they're plugging it in, they're scanning a QR code, putting in the Wi-Fi details, and then boom, they've got, is it turning on and off? No, it's not. I can hear clicks, and I think it's people zapping Fiat Jaff, so the guy's getting rich right now. Yeah, so that's exciting. The idea of people using something and not even know that they're using Nostr, that it's just kind of like bleeding into, helping solve all these problems. So then it's like, what other stuff? Obviously, the marketplace, like I said before, that's one of the things I'm interested in and we've been building. I'll show you a little update, actually, to the UI, because it's pretty sweet. So this is Nostr Market. You can get to it on market.nostr.com. And then you just have merchants, and you get the merchants' public keys, and then you can pull in the products which they're selling from their public keys, and then display them in a front-end UI, which is what this is. So it's just a dumb front-end UI. So actually, let's spin up a merchant quickly and see if we can. Oh no. Uh-oh. Back. Hopefully I don't leak anything here. Is Nostr Market enabled? Here we go. Oh, so those of you who don't know, this is LMBits, which is a project we work on. We have these extensions, and we can do some Nostr stuff in here. I mean, we made like the first Nostr clients for Nostr Market. Plebeian.market, think, use NIP15, which is the NIP for it. But in this, the idea is that you have a market stall, and you have all your products on there, and then you just sign those products as a JSON, just push it up, and then someone can subscribe and then pull all those products down and then populate their thing. So I've already made a merchant here, so I should probably just use this merchant. And in it, we've got a stall, a couple of stalls actually, and we're selling, we're not selling anything there. Oh, here we go. We're selling some Welsh cakes, which is a lovely cake you can buy in Wales, which if you're ever in Wales, where I live, you should buy one. So all I need is this merchant's public key. Here we go. And if I click there, I can copy the public key and go over to Nostr Market. And then where do I go? I go to stall shops here. I go to settings, and then I pop in merchants. You can have lists of merchants as well. So we'll maintain a list of like vanilla merchants selling normal stuff. And then when you pull all that data into this front-end client, it then becomes like an Amazon or an eBay type thing. But then obviously, if you're not allowed to eat Welsh cakes, and you're in England, and it's against the law to eat Welsh cakes, then there you could have, there's some censorship resistance there, of course. Right, so I'm going to add that merchant's public key. And now when I go back to the shop, with a bit of luck, we should, Welsh cakes. Oh, there we go, the image didn't render, that's a shame. So I'm now pulling in, so I've got other merchants on here. We've got like our shop, and then Crypto Graffiti, I think, has got a merchant set up. So if I view details of the product, you should be able to see a bunch of pictures, but you can't. Click to add to cart, and when I go to cart, how much is it? Proceed to checkout. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Lightning, please. I want to pay on Lightning. Super Lightning, on-chain, cashew. We should probably add liquid as well. Infinity and right, okay. All the, obviously, because we're, crypto anarchist types, all the information you need to put is voluntary, so we're not going to put anything in, we're just going to place order. And then I get a Lightning invoice. And then all this is all this communication between this front-end client and the back-end merchant software, which is running here, is just happening over NIP 4 DMs, which I think is good enough for what we're using it for, but we should, I think on the merchant side, we'll have like, or something we should be able to toggle like NIP 17 or something for a bit more privacy. Yeah, if I pay that, order, there we go, paid. So it's like, you're experiencing like a pretty normal checkout experience, I suppose. And now I've placed the order, I can go to orders here, and then I can see the order which has just been made, and then I can even chat to the merchant, say, you know, where is my cake? That's sad, isn't it? Maybe I'm pushing it too far. If we select customers here, payment received, or maybe it's because, wait there, hello? Let's refresh. Give me some chat. There we go, it's coming through. Where are my cakes? And of course, these are just regular normal Nippo 4DMs back and forth. But you've got these plug and play nips, and obviously, you know, you plug them all together and you can build all sorts of different things, and we can make use of DMs just within the marketplace extension here. And yeah, you can see it works pretty well. Still ironing out the bugs, but yeah, it's pretty reliable these days, and you end up with a censorship-resistant marketplace, which is very hard to take down. The missing piece of the puzzle, in a lot of applications outside of the social stuff, is reputation. So I like the work which is being done on Web of Trust, but I also think we should probably do some more science on other forms of reputation systems. There's some good proposals out there for that. Vladstan's got a good proposal which is having a kind of open timestamps for reputation, where you pay to leave a reputation, and the more you pay, it gets further up the Merkle tree and has more weight to it, so sort of weighted reputation. I think maybe, and then, yeah, we're just having a discussion upstairs, and there was the idea of maybe using an LLM to look at all of your posts and say, you know, is Ben an okay guy? Should I trust him? And then this LLM using a vending machine, data vending machine, would say, oh yeah, Ben seems to be all right. It gives me a little summary or something for the merchant. That could be quite interesting too. So I think probably a marriage of all these different reputation systems could work. But then if we have a reputation system, we can have the marketplace, and it's functional, and we can kind of trust it. And then you can have Uber, and you can have Airbnb, and then you can have all these different applications which go far beyond social networks. So it's other stuff, isn't it? And this is where, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not very prepared a lot of the time. So this morning I was walking around the conference, and I was asking people for examples of like the other stuff which they're interested in. And what do we have? Oh yeah, Wasabi using coordinators, using Nostr for finding coordinators for mixing. And then you have Nostr Wallet Connect, of course, data vending machines, microlancing. I spoke to Oscar from Fountain, and he was like really interested in the idea of API calls via Nostr, just using Nostr instead of just a normal REST API. And someone said about Will and Damus and how he's doing silent payments, so doing the Duffy key exchange in order to be able to do a silent payment over Nostr. He wants to explore that. And then there's Trust Routes, and they're doing coach surfing. So I'm blown away by the projects that people are working on within our world, Nostr community, and how there's a whole bunch of projects already, and there's a whole bunch of excitement from people on other things which can be built with Nostr. I saw Nicholas here from Galloy. Last time in Costa Rica, he's in Nostriga, he suggested local bitcoins. Has anyone built local bitcoins on Nostr yet? Is that a thing? I can't keep track. Does anyone know? No? Hopefully that'll exist. I actually had a chat with the developer of local bitcoins and asked whether he would... What's it called? Monstro. Oh, there we are, Monstro, local bitcoins on Nostr, and it works? Cool. All right, there we are. You can buy bitcoins. It exists. Fantastic. Yeah, I spoke to Jeremiah from Local Bitcoins, and he really likes Nostr, and we were talking about this exact same thing, and I could imagine if you built Local Bitcoins now, it would probably be on Nostr, and it exists. So, and yeah, there we are, a bit censorship resistance there. And then, the other thing which I was thinking about more recently is themed clients. So, because it's kind of easy to build a client on Nostr, we're used to having a generalized client. So like at the beginning of the internet, you had all these forums which came up, and then you would have, like, if you're into British Bulldogs, you would go on a British Bulldog forum, and they would be your people, the stuff you're interested in, and you would hang out there, and then, birds of a feather, they've probably got similar interests to what you're interested in. And then as time went on, we had these big generalized platforms which pulled everyone in because of the gravity of the user network effect. But I think now we could have maybe the best of both worlds, where we have the gravity of the user network effect, of all the Nostr users, but then we could have themed clients. So I'm quite into the idea of themed clients for different interests. It kind of feel like a forum. It looks, I don't know, it just looks like the stuff you're into, but then is less sort of less general looking than, or maybe even a client which is very easy to theme or something. That's something which I'm personally looking forward to. Anyone else got any fringe Nostr stuff which isn't social networking, which they've seen and like the sound of and interested in? Anyone at all? No? All right, fair enough. Yeah, so I think just abstracting the concept behind Nostr, the simple topology, what can we build with it, what can we fix with it, yeah, that's basically it, I think. I'm probably finishing a little bit early, but the other guy finished a little bit late, so I think we should probably time the, yeah. Okay?
We need some time back, Ben, so this is perfect.
Oh, fantastic. No, cool. Let me just turn my light off. There we go.
So here's a fun story about Ben that I don't know if you guys know this or not, but as you can see, he likes to build cool gadgets and things and hook it all up. Well, he built this face slapper, and he was live streaming, and if you zapped it, it would slap him in the face. Well, you know, he was done with the feed. He left, but you have people that are rewatching it. Well, his wife sits down. She's sitting there at the computer. Everything's still hooked up. Somebody zapped the face slapper. She was there and slapped her in the face. Is this a true story? It's a true story. All right.
I just got an angry text message saying, "What the fuck, Ben? You fucking weird gizmo just slapped me in the face."
All right. We have a panel coming up. Pablo Hazard. You're moderating right there. Yes, he is. All right. Pablo Stewart, Hazard, and Matt Odell is moderating. Come on up, guys. This one is titled RIP Global Web of Trust as the only valid entry point into the internet.
Thanks, Preston. Yo, let's get this energy up in here. It's just me and Pablo. Hazard, Stewart, where are you? Oh, there you go. Who's joining us? Do we need another chair? Yeah. Can someone get us another chair and a beer? I've been told there's no beer in this venue right now, which was a miss. Awesome. So guys, we're going to be talking about webs of trust, something that I'm particularly pretty excited about. I think everyone on stage is pretty excited about this element of Nostr. Before we start, we got a nice packed house here and a beer walking up to me, which is all. Can you open it for me? Does anyone have a bottle opener they can bring me? Thank you, guys. It's still we're very early days in this conference. We're working on the logistics here. Can I get a show of hands of anybody in this room that did not use Nostr before this week? Okay, so we got a couple new people here. I think
Miles just did that with his bare hands, by the way, over there.
Thanks, Miles. I think we're going to keep this. It's going to be a more technical conversation, I think. I was trying to decide if we should go high level or not. So, I mean, we can start with high level. Pablo, what is webs of trust? Why should people care?
All right, so web of trust is basically the concept of inferring who should you be listening to from activity from the network. So if you, like, I'm friends with Matt, so,
nice.
Huh?
That's awesome.
Ish? All right, good. So I'm friends with Matt, and maybe Matt is having a conversation with someone that I don't know. But the fact that Matt follows them, the fact that Matt is having a conversation with them, then that means that maybe this person is definitely not spam. There would be probably no reason for Matt to follow a spam account. So I can infer, without knowing anything from this pub key, I can infer that that it's not spam, that I should listen to what this pub key is saying, at least briefly, and maybe consider following them. So traditionally, we've had a top-down approach to who should you listen to, what is spam and what is not. And web of trust particularly becomes very, very useful to discern what is not spam and what is spam. or what likely is spam. And typically, it's been Elon Musk just KYCing people and just letting in a bunch of bots anyway. But it's been very top-down. You ask api.twitter.com, what content should I get from searching for something, or if you go to global, what content should I receive? But it's a very top-down approach. Web of Trust has a very interesting feature, which is very similar to cryptography, in which it's very easy to compute Web of Trust, but it's really expensive to cheat a Web of Trust. It will be very hard for a spam account to get Matt and myself and Sue and a bunch of other people to follow that account. It's very, very hard to do that. But me seeing, okay, who does Matt follow? Who do the people that I follow? Who do they follow? It's super cheap. It's super easy to do.
Do we only have 2 mics up here?
Really?
Do you guys not have mics? Can we have some mics? Thanks, Preston. And I think there's one right behind you, Preston. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, as far as an overview, I don't think I have anything to add. What you? Yeah, you got something?
Just to so everyone can follow along, I think it's good to give some initial definition. So I often talk about social graph instead of Web of Trust, just because when we talk about Web of Trust, it's obvious that you're talking about trusting some other people, but social graph is a more general terms, which just use how people are connected on Nostr. And then you can use that for many different things. One thing is what Pablo mentioned, which is anti-spam measures or anti-denial of service attacks measures, for example. Just to give a brief definition, like, okay, what is a social graph? First, the second part, graph, is a mathematical structure, which is pretty simple. It's just nodes and then how they are connected by edges. So a social graph is a graph where nodes and edges represent social things. So, for example, social entities like people, and social relationship like who follows who. And just by looking those simple things, you can pretty easily discern what is not spam, because it's very expensive, as Pablo said. It's very expensive or difficult to get follows from people, from real people, from people that have a reputation. And yeah, you can, I prefer to talk about the social graph instead of Web of Trust, because the context do matter a lot. So it's not necessary that we talk about trust. So for example, when you can use social graph to do recommendation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there is trust involved, other than you trust that the recommendation are not impersonating. So like, I get Lynn Olden as a recommendation. The only trust is that that npub is not an impersonator, is the real Lynn Olden. But other than that, there is not much to it. So
Yeah, that's a good. I like that name versus like Web of Trust, because it's not really a trust relationship, especially since like a lot of trust isn't like this thing you can easily measure and put into a graph. Whereas the kind of social graph is a lot more, because
it's more open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Web of Trust prescribes how you should use it, whereas social graph is like a tool that you can use in multiple ways. And I would argue that it can be used to improve or solve many different problems. One is anti-spam, another is like recommendation and content discovery. Another could be anti-impersonation. So how do you know that Matt Odell is the real Matt Odell, or is that npub not another npub? How do you know from 50 different Jack npub which is the real one?
Well, the impersonators haven't started using caps yet. I noticed that.
That's very easy.
They're all still lowercase. Stuart, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I really like that distinction between the Web of Trust and social graph. I think that's really important to keep in mind, because, like, the Web of Trust is a Web of Trust, or like, well, okay, let's say the following list of Nostr, who you're paying attention to, it is a Web of Trust, but it's like a narrower Web of Trust, that you're trusting them not to spam you. You're trusting them with your attention. And I think it gets down to a really practical question of like, should we fragment the web of trust or not? Because there's a temptation to want to be like a web of trust for following, a web of trust for hosting your data, a web of trust for couch surfing, a web of trust for, you know, all these different use cases. But I feel like that leads, it just makes things really complicated. And so I think it's important to realize that like the web of not spam is a foundational web of trust because it is the thing that collapses the infinite space of pub keys into a finite reality of pub keys that are real, because and you're you know paying attention to them in some sense, and so they're not bots, they're not real. So yeah, I think there's something very kind of poetic almost about the idea that asymmetric key crypto can be used to obfuscate and encrypt or sign and verify, and that maps directly onto the concept of a private sphere and a public sphere. You can't have a private sphere without encryption, without privacy, and you can't have a public sphere without you know, some type of notion of authenticity, which is digital signatures. So the web of trust is like, the web of not spam is sort of like the base asset, the foundational pool of social capital that is sort of like necessary to construct more, you know, like more niche, like ideas about who to trust for what thing, and that kind of gets into social graph territory. But anyways, I just think that distinction is like super brilliant and good to keep in mind. So yeah.
I like what you say there about the like not fragmenting the social graph, because there's a temptation there, like fragmenting. Let's say like this is a social graph for stores that I trust, for vendors that I trust, for restaurants I trust and whatnot, or even banks I trust. And that would be useful in like many contexts, but one thing we can't forget is that that data never becomes stale. It never gets constantly updated. And one benefit we have with the kind of, you might say, like Nostr social web of trust, or sorry, social graph, whatever it is we're calling it, is that at least has some kind of cadence to getting updated. Like if the user's browsing their social media app and they see something they don't like, they unfollow the person, or they remove them from that thing. And if we don't have a mechanism for the user to regularly, you might say, prune their social graph, then all we're doing is kind of building up bad data. And so, as far as like not fragmenting it, like I think that's a commonly overlooked thing. Is like not only do you have to build the social graph, but you also have to make sure the social graph is pruned.
Yeah, because there has to be like a common denominator between use cases, and not spam is that common denominator, right?
But don't you trust different people for different things? Like, isn't
yeah.
it inherently fragmented though?
Well, I think the not spam part is not necessarily fragmented. It's that the social graph is a kind of, that's where the annotation sort of should take place of the
yeah, I think there's a belief that you can have a very explicit fragmentation where you say, I explicitly trust Matt with regards to the Bitcoin topic on a scale of 0.97. And that's just not how people work. Like our brains don't work that way. So you can infer kind of weights in this way on certain topics by analyzing activity. Like I listen to RHR. So like that could be an activity that can go into, okay, how much do I trust Mari and Matt with regards to the Bitcoin topic? So I think that's where the fragmentation idea comes from, where people are not going to go out of their way to create all these attestations of and weights on topics, because yeah, they'll go stale. Like maybe I'll say, yeah, I try Stu on this topic this amount, and that changes, but I never update my attestation.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what to remember. Is like the best example of this would be like a attestation or a web of trust for something like journalism. Like how much do I think this person is truthful, or do I think they're lying, or something like that. And it sounds really useful, but we just have to be careful of the fact that if we make that any explicit data, we can definitely, you can create apps to generate those social graphs and generate those trust scores, but we also have to be careful that those things have to be updated or maintained. Otherwise, we just generate, everyone gets a 5-star rating, and it never, the review never gets updated.
That's why those attestations must be the byproduct of actual interaction. It's gotta be inferred from something that I'm doing on my daily life, not going out of my way to score my friends on how much I like them that day.
Yeah, exactly. And it becomes extremely complex as if you were to do this trust attestation. I think there is a NIP, like NIP 87, 89, don't remember. And yeah, if you do it once, like, okay, trust Pablo about in climbing on a scale from 1 to 100, like 89 or something. But then once I do this for 100 people, then it becomes difficult because I want those ratings to be like consistent with each other because I trust him more than Odell in climbings, and it becomes super complex. So yeah, I totally agree that it should be a byproduct of user actions, which one is like follow, another is mute, another is zap. With zap is a bit tricky because to say that it is a signal, you have to be sure that the sender and the recipient are not colluding, for example. They are not the same person, otherwise there is no economic value moving.
Well, aren't zaps just not verifiable, so we shouldn't really put too much stock in them anyway?
Not subs are, though.
Very true.
Subs are.
I mean, I guess you could use like a web of trust to decide if zaps are worth it or not to count. Just webs on top. Like there is no web of trust, right? It's webs. There's many different
like the
webs. Right. There is just one mempool. It's Wiz's mempool, but. Okay, I mean, where do you guys want to go with this conversation? You guys are like prolific here. I'm just.
I feel like
the entertainer.
I feel like this graph, whatever we're calling it, is like maybe the most important kind of thingy that's being sort of it's like an artifact that's being precipitated by all the activity on the Nostr network, like what you, I think that's like that. What you said a second ago about like demonstrating trust, I think that's actually kind of like a pretty deep point, because you actually have to like do stuff to demonstrate trust. Otherwise, like what does it mean to trust someone? Like like if we were not all like scrolling on our phones, experiencing the possibility of getting spam, why would we follow anyone? Or are we going to take a survey? But then like you're saying, like it just is static at that point. So like if the trust is kind of like a reflection of some type of action. So all this action that's occurring, it is precipitating this type of web of trust in the world, which is like, I think it's, sometimes I say, I don't know if this, I think this makes sense to say that the web of trust is deflationary in a sense, where like, if you have an artifact, like a perfect example of this is the OG couchsurfing.org, which is now being built on Nostr, fun fact, which I'm like excited about. But that was a perfect example of a bunch of people who did a bunch of stuff that was risky, which was stay at each other's houses, and then they created like a digital representation of that, and it was this big data set, and it was economically deflationary because people could go to a city and stay for free. And like what's really optimistic about Nostr is that this web of trust that's being precipitated is similarly deflationary, but it is unkillable. It's like a ratchet. It just keeps growing. So like, you know, you can probably apply that notion of deflation to like social stuff too. Like you don't have to be as worried that people are going to rip you off. So you know, so I think that's what Nostr is doing, is like this web of trust is exportable from Nostr. It is not something that is only relevant to Nostr. It's relevant to the world. You know, it's quite interesting.
I mean, I feel like that's the key, right? Is like webs of trust is not a new concept.
No, thousands of years ago.
The biggest issue historically has been creating a robust, distributed, censorship-resistant one. Like all the successful ones have always been incredibly centralized. Things like eBay reviews or Airbnb reviews or Uber, right? But actually having it distributed and not controlled by a single entity is the key here, and Nostr unlocks that. And I think what a lot of people fail to realize is there's a lot of, it kind of feels like the whole blockchain thing all over again. I mean, I know a lot of us are Bitcoiners, so we look at things with a bias, but it's like, I don't like Bitcoin, I like blockchain, right? And it's like, you need the token. The token needs to exist for the Bitcoin system to work. And with Nostr, like everyone's like, not everyone, but there's a lot of people that fade the social media aspect, but say, I will want the other stuff. And the social media aspect is the bootstrapping mechanism that even makes this possible, because it's incredibly boring to like build out a distributed web of trust or multiple webs of trust just to do that. But it's not boring to shitpost or post memes or, you know, rage at someone online. Like, that's the cool part. So in practice, let's try and take pull back a little bit. Let's go to like how this would actually work, practically speaking. I mean we've already kind of mentioned it with spam. We've already kind of mentioned it with impersonators. But like if you were, we'll go to you, Pablo. Like if you were gonna like build a client that tried to stop spam from happening, and you were gonna use a web of trust. How does that look on the user side? Like, how does the user interact with that, and how do you remove yourself from the equation of being the developer, choosing, you know, having too much control? Because one man's spam could be another man's censorship, right?
I mean, what I include in every single client that I build is when you log in, it fetches the people that you follow, it fetches the people that you mute, and it fetches the follows of the people that you follow and the mute of the people that you mute. And I then just compute a score. For all the pub keys that I know, it typically, like a normal account, ends up with like between 20, 25, 30,000 pub keys that I've scored in some way. And then I can just go to global, and I can look at all the nodes, all the events that are coming in. I can just filter out the ones that fall off of this web of trust. So for example, one of the clients that I wrote where this was super relevant was Wikifredia, which is like a Wikipedia implementation of Nostr, where for ideological reasons, but also for technical reasons, there cannot be a canonical entry. You cannot go to what is the entry for Riga, because who should I ask? Where is the entry for Riga? You have competing entries for Riga. So there might be 20, 50 different entries for Riga, and I sort them by the proximity of the people that have written the entry. And there can be explicit attestations because I have the concept of forks. So maybe I go and I see that Matt wrote something about Riga, and I want to make a modification. I fork his entry, and I can change it. So maybe he says, oh, Pablo's entry is better, so I'm going to point my entry to Pablo's. So now my entry would have my score and Matt's score. So if you follow both of us, it might rank higher because of that. But someone else might come in, they are whatever, into Cardano or whatever, and they will have a very different web of trust. And they might see a different view of Riga, and they might see a different view of all these different entries. So as a developer, I don't have a say on what content you're going to see, how things are going to look, what things are going to be spam. It's all going to be from your point of view.
Yeah, I don't like, honestly, that score. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it is similar to the Coracle, right?
It's
kind of similar.
You mean the display?
The score behind left next to the entry in Wikifredia.
Yeah, the score is displayed for debugging reasons, but I disagree, and I actually also told to Hodl about that. I don't think scores, because they are, you see a number next to an entry, and that number means basically nothing.
So then how should you display it? What's the better way to display it?
Yeah, I would because a number is summarizing that people to a number, and it is a bit prescriptive and not descriptive. So it is simpler to view in my mind in another example, which is like anti-impersonation. So I click on the profile. It is Lynn Olden, or that's a display name. And then I would like to see the faces of the people I follow that also follow that MPub. And
what if like a bunch of impersonators of the people you follow are all following the impersonator? Like it's just impersonators following impersonators?
No, because it's based on me basically. So I follow you and you follow that MPub, and so I see your profile there.
Oh, okay.
And this way, so this is, I think, better because in some context your opinion might be worth more or less than some other opinions. So like, for example, we might be talking instead of profiles, we might be talking about apps. For example, a great example is Zap.store. And Zap.store shows faces of the people you follow that also follow the signer of the app. So for example, if from those faces I see, let's say, MVK, and we are talking about, or Craig Rowe, and we are talking about a Bitcoin wallet, his opinion, in my mind, will weight more. But there is no way to like quantify that with a number, or at least the client that doesn't know which opinion I have of those people. But there is no need to summarize that. You can just show the faces, and I intuitively would know who to look for without having to summarize that into a number. You just have to see faces, and I think it's more natural, and also it ties more in what people are used to do, like in mid-space. So for example, when you don't know nothing about something, maybe about cars, you have no idea, like, yeah, maybe it comes to your mind that you have 3 friends that know about cars more than you do, but you don't think in numbers, you think in what people should I ask for better advice or better yeah, information about the topic.
And so, yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, we see that in a lot of centralized apps do the, like Twitter has that where you see the little pictures and it's very intuitive. What are your thoughts on, it's kind of interesting, right? Because there's, and maybe it's also a product of the fact that Nostr is so early and it's so young in its life, but there's a balance between how do you technically make something possible, how do you give a user sovereignty and power over their own situation, and then how do you display it to them in a relatively little friction way, because if you add any kind of friction, if you add power user things right in front of someone's face in the beginning, they probably just won't even use the tool in the first place. But I'm curious, so what's your opinion on, you know, in a perfect world and we're way down the line, it's like everyone already has like their social graph and stuff on Nostr, and it's a different situation. But as new people are joining, how do we attempt to mitigate the impersonator problem for that new person who's joining? Like they don't have a social graph yet.
Yeah, this is a good question, like the bootstrapping problem if you're new and you come in and you don't know who to trust at the beginning, at first. What you can use is some, well, obviously you're never going to use followers count because that can be faked. So there can be, I like the idea, for example, of proof of work keys as a first introductory step, but not necessarily in that way, because proof of work keys are, the UX around them is terrible, because you have, at identity creation, you have to commit energy to create that key that starts with a certain number of zeros. So that UX is terrible, but what it shows is that there are certain MPubs that have more skin in the game, that verifiable skin in the game, and that is a good place for initial bootstrapping. So if you know nothing about who to trust, you can start assigning some low level of trust of people that have skin, verifiable skin in the game in terms of these proof of work keys, for example.
I have a very pragmatic approach. I just use my pub key. It's like literally.
You use someone else's pub key?
No, literally mine. Like.
But I mean, obviously
compute,
you do.
So if someone creates a new pub key,
they use your pub.
It doesn't have any follows.
Yeah.
So it just fetches my web of trust and uses my web of trust, because I know that, like, they're already using my software. I know that I'm not fake. Like, I'm not spamming. So just that. It's like a very, very trivial approach.
You know what would be cool is if you could create an invite link to Nostr that was based on your social graph. So you could be like, hey, like Nostr, like you should join Nostr, and then you just send them a link, and it's like it imports your followers. That'd be cool.
I think, isn't like Manny working on something like that? Meet me on Nostr.
Yeah, there are two projects that I know of that are working on that. That's one. Nostr.me. It's also has like the same idea where, like, you set up the profile for the person, and you can leave.
You even pick their relays and everything.
Everything, yeah.
The cool part with like the invite idea is that you only need one connection before you start building your own social graph. Like, it is a little bit further removed, but if I only followed like Pablo, then at least when I compute my social graph, it'll be one person, Pablo, plus all of his followers. So it scales really quickly, even with just one person. And then, so maybe that one person is just the friend that introduces you to Nostr, and they have at least a few followers. Then, like, at least you just have to go a few more layers out on the web of trust to get a decent number of, like, reputable people, you might say, or not spammers.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Stuart and Hazard, you guys have been working on Blossom, right? So Blossom is this idea of trying to tackle the media problem from different angles, whether it could be any file, but like video, photos. We're entering this world where you're going to have more and more AI deepfakes, where you have more and more situations where you don't know what's real. We're already kind of there in just like this post-truth environment. So I mean, I guess we'll throw it over to you, Stuart. How do you think about webs of trust mixed in with something like Blossom in terms of people? Because I think that's something that people can actually tangibly realize as a benefit early on, like in the next 6 months to 12 months. Yeah. Like, how is this video of Donald Trump real or not?
Yeah, so I think that, like, Nostr is a very weird, special, exceptional instance where we have the opportunity to build data infrastructure on top of a social graph. And that's very backwards to normally how it goes. When you try to create some type of network, particularly a peer-to-peer network, is you usually start with, like, like data infrastructure, like IPFS. But the problem with IPFS is that it's not a social network. There's no notion of identity, of like credibility. And so it doesn't work because everyone connects to everyone, and it's just slow and it's unworkable. So Nostr is a weird thing where we've kind of like memed into existence a social graph sort of thing. So like it's enough now that we can kind of leverage that to decide, or like, to make possible certain things, such as like if you want to host and pre-cache people's data. Like, so the thing that me and Hazard have been working on is, I'll just tell you guys. So we've been building this like satellite.earth has just been a web client for a long time, but we're doing like a new thing that's like a desktop app. So the idea is a bunch of edge devices that act as kind of like a deep web of Nostr, and each person's node, as it were, pulls in, scrapes, and caches the data that you care about, which is by default the data that's in of people you follow. So blobs and events. So the high-level view of this is you have clients. The way I'm thinking about it is you have like clients like like mobile apps or whatever, like Coracle or Primal or something. They are clients of relays, and they're clients of Blossom servers for events and blobs, respectively. But the question is, I think, is worth asking, what are relays clients of? What are Blossom servers clients of? Like, where do they get data from? It would be cool if they could be a client of a deeper layer, because right now, the only way like CDN Blossom servers or events or relays get events is the only way they get data is if people blast data at them. So that kind of works, but it would be really nice if you could sort of like pull data up from a deeper layer and put it on a relay or a Blossom server to blast it to clients. And that way clients don't have to deal with crazy peer-to-peer stuff. But that wouldn't have been possible to do that without this web of trust, because if you didn't have a notion of people who weren't spam, you couldn't have this nice thing of edge nodes that automatically pulled stuff in, because you'd be pulling in terabytes of garbage constantly. So that's a very concrete example, actually, I think. And yeah, Blossom is, you talk about it, Hazard, you know more than me.
I mean, there's like implementation side of it, which is more technical, but I'd say like the core of the Blossom idea, or the idea of my goal with Blossom was just we need to start signing hashes of the files. Like the file, no matter how the file gets to you, like it can come over HTTP, it can come over torrents, it can come over IPFS, it can come over anything. But we need a unified hash, and we need to sign the hash in the node, because otherwise if you don't sign it, you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, and that unified hash is effectively an interface. it's an interface to blobs that encapsulates the insane complexity of peer-to-peer stuff. And that is why like it's like super smart not to start with the peer-to-peer stuff, but like some notion of federation like Mastodon has is pretty cool as long as clients don't have to interact with it, you know? As long as it's like hidden under this little layer of the Blossom spec and NIP01.
Yeah, and the cool part is like, to bring it back to like Web of Trust, is it's kind of the same thing with a Web of Trust and a social graph, is because you can't connect to the entire internet, because you can't plug into the entire internet, you need a starting point to know like what do I actually, not to what do I want to plug into, because that's the user's decision, but what do I plug into for the user? Like what is the user's starting point for like what they find valuable, and that maps onto like a whole bunch of stuff, like you said, like event transmission, or like blob storage, file storage, or even just like recommendations or anything else like that. So where do you, if you can't plug into the entire internet, where do you start?
So you have with the hash. The hash is to be able to validate integrity of a file, basically, right? So you have this hash, and you're able to see if it's changed over time. The signature is essentially an attestation by a specific npub or whatever saying this is the file. And then on top of that, there is presumably, there could be many people that are just changing that file and then re-signing it themselves with a different hash because they changed the file. So then you would need some kind of web of trust that's like, this is like the actual, this one is the real one and this one's the modified one, right?
Well, the cool part with the hashes is, I mean, you can't, unless you find a hash collision, you can't fake the hash. So what you get, as long as you can get it, is what you're looking for. The way the Web of Trust maps onto this is how do you get it? That's the difficult part, because again, like if you have this file identifier, if you have this unknown file that you want, so let's say it's like a 10 gigabyte movie or something, like how do you find it? It's on the internet. You can't plug into the entire internet. So I found, like, so if it came from you, or it came from a podcast, or it came from somebody I follow, as I mentioned before, like the Web of Trust kind of signaling where you start plugging in, it can do the same for fetching data, similar to how we fetch events, where you're like, I'm looking for this file. I have no idea where it is. So instead of searching the entire world, I can start with my Web of Trust, and even better if I know who the file was from. But I can start with my Web of Trust, and that narrows down, you might say, like the search space for trying to find that one hash or that one file. It narrows it down considerably than trying to, like, you know, start pinging every single file server on the internet.
So just to give more perspective, this maps into the Outbox model because it's the same idea of, I want to see your Stu's notes, to which relay should I talk to get his notes. For this is, I know that Hazard published the file with this hash ID. From what Blossom server should I get it? I will query for the list of Blossom servers that he uses. And now instead of having to just randomly query a bunch of different servers for this hash ID, I go to one of these 3 Blossom servers that he uses. And one cool thing is, you uploaded a file to one of your Blossom servers. He wrote a blog post linking to that file, explicitly linking HTTP, blah, 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 linking to that file. And that Blossom server, he deleted the Blossom server. So now that blog post that he wrote now has a missing file. The link is broken. But now you can query for the Blossom list that he uses, and you can fix the link. And when you do it for the first time, it's like, it's magical. Within a second, you see, you get a 404 or whatever, like you cannot connect to the server, and you go to the next server, query for the same hash ID, and you get the file. And it's super magical.
Beautiful. Guys, we have a few minutes left. Let's just wrap it up with some final thoughts. We'll start with you, Stuart, and move down this way.
Well, to wrap it up, I like to think of Nostr as like the Hydra, like the mini-headed snake, you know what I mean? Like, you chop off one head and like 1,000 more just like pop up. I think that's what is kind of, you know, the model that we should use to think about resilience, is that there has to be some sort of base level from which all these snakes spring up. like whack-a-mole, you know. So like Pirate Bay in 2010, during the golden era of getting their domain name deleted by the government over and over and over again, was the fact that they just had a giant database of torrent files, and those torrent files were just metadata that referred to a bunch of stuff. So as long as it exists on one person's computer, it can always like spring up, and you can upload it very quickly to as many Blossom servers and as many relays as you want. So yeah, Nostr is fundamentally an unkillable, undeletable medium, and the other problem is just how to deliver that data. But fundamentally, I'm extremely bullish on Nostr because I sort of suspect that in like the kind of like post-truth era of not really being sure what's real, the ability just simply being able to digitally sign something at all and refer to some type of source of signal about whether or not this is real is going to probably move the needle more than anything else. Especially, you know, like when AI impersonation becomes like more widespread, you know, people are going to like absolutely freak out when you see like a video of yourself or something on the internet, and it's like, how did, you know, so like this digital signature thing is like a safe harbor in that storm, and that's probably going to drive a lot of people in Nostr, I think, personally. Yeah.
Yeah. That part is super important. Like knowing not what's real, because that's too much, but knowing who said what. That's good enough for most things. And I would say that the fact that we are moving towards, I think we are moving towards a world in which, as Odell says often, like the post-truth world, where you don't have to have consensus of what's real. You kind of come to your understanding of what is real, what is truth, what is coherent with your vision and that of your community. And yeah, the social graph is a tool that we can use, very, very powerful. And no one was able to use such a tool before because it was only developers of social companies that have the ability to use it. So obviously with such a power comes also the responsibility that we can do and should build something which is better and more sane than the world we are living. And this comes from establishing principles that make sense in the context of the post-truth world, where you don't go out and tell others what they should believe, but you give them tools so that they can decide for themselves what to believe, what to think, what to think.
Yeah, like that's, I don't think I can extend that. Like the only thing I gotta say is that like there has been a lot of crazy experimentation done in Nostr the past. I mean, for me, I've only been here like a year or two, but supposedly there was a lot of crazy stuff being built before that. I remember the early clients, but there's a lot of crazy experimentation being done. There's a lot of, even the cryptographic stuff will work that's being used on the network. It's crazy that users are actually using cryptographic keys on the internet now. But I think the craziest part is like we finally have an open social graph on the internet. We finally have data that nobody owns that is extremely valuable, and that applies to so much more than social. Like maybe it's not a trust, as you said, maybe it's not strictly trust, but it's a starting point that can start, like I said, in the era of where like the AI is just going to start flooding the internet with so much either misinformation or just noise. It's a starting point to start browsing the internet again instead of trying to filter all the noise out, and it's going to be huge.
Yeah, to that point, I think the navigating the internet via web of trust will be, it's kind of why it's titled like this, the talk, it will be the only way of making sense of things, because like AI is such a perfect forcing function to adopt these schemes. There will be no other way. It simply will not make sense to consume data that is not signed. Like in 50 years, they would be like, what do you mean the internet was not signed? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Damn right. Thank you all. Can we get a huge round of applause for these gentlemen?
I love that last point there, Pablo. Who's reading something that's not signed, right? Okay, who is ready to dematerialize Signal, right? I mean, who the hell doesn't want that? Jeff Gardner's coming up next. He's put a bunch of work into a new proposal, which we can't encourage people enough to go there and try to pick through it, help him find any errors or additional things to consider. And he's up next. He's setting up his computer. He'll be ready in just a sec.
Wabi Sabi. Wabi Sabi. Shout out to all the Nostronauts, man. In the purple sky. We see you. Yo. I'm way out here in Nostr. Vibe is chill and I'm coming through.
Yes, all good. There it is. Yep, switch on. Okay, so this is a little bit of an interesting one because it was supposed to be a fireside chat with Dread, and Dread couldn't make it at the last minute. So I've turned it into a short talk with a kind of very quick overview of all of the past specs for both direct messages, but also for different group type messages. This is not the talk where I'm going to go deep on the new proposal that I put out there last week. That's tomorrow on the other stage. But I will talk about that a little bit at the end of this one. So I'm Jeff. You can find me there. I've been building on Nostr since the beginning of 2023, and thankfully doing so with the support of an OpenSats grant for the last little while, which has been fantastic. My illustrious internet messaging career started in about 1993 or so on Windows 3.1 with AOL Instant Messenger. I think people of my similar age will recognize things like ICQ or things like IRC. These were some of the original kind of chat apps that were out there on the internet. And honestly, like chat was probably one of the things that got the biggest or fastest product market fit with normies on the internet in the early days. It was kind of immediately obvious that this was an amazing use case. You could talk to people anywhere in the world in real time in a way that was free. But it wasn't just kind of the fun stuff. And I guess we all know that there are like hundreds of messengers out there now. I know for a fact that I've used every single one of the ones on this list at least a little bit. Some of them are more focused on businesses, some of them are more social focused, but they all have this concept of private messaging built into them. And these messengers are not just for fun and games, right? Like we've seen Arab Spring, and then even just last month and this month in Venezuela. These are tools that empower people to actually get stuff done in the real world in a way that they couldn't before. So messengers are important both from a social and fun aspect, but they're also very, very important just for the kind of fabric of society aspect as well. So what is it that makes a messenger secure? What are the characteristics that you need in order to have good communications in a way that you can count on? There are kind of two aspects to security here. One is private and the other is confidential. Private means that an observer can't tell what's going on, right? They can't tell that Alice and Bob are having a conversation, and they can't tell that either of them are in a group. And so this requires protecting metadata. The other aspect is the confidentiality aspect, and that means that the actual content of the messages is unreadable by anybody that's not supposed to be able to read them. And really what you find when you start digging into all the different protocols and types of messengers and the NIPs on Nostr is that everything is a trade-off. And that's generally true in engineering, but extremely true in this regard. You're always giving something up, and it's best to just kind of be more aware of what it is that you're giving up in order to gain on another side. The other thing that you hear a lot when you start to look into messengers and you start to look kind of deeply at the different schemes of doing cryptography and the encryption aspect of it is something called forward secrecy and post-compromise security. And what this means is basically if a key is compromised in the chain of encrypted conversations, what happens to the messages that were in the past and what happens to the messages in the future? In a lot of cases, and this is the case for the kind of first direct message scheme that we used on Nostr, you lose everything if you lose your key, right? And there's no way to recover. Forward secrecy is basically if you lose a key, does everything in the past become decryptable immediately? If that's the case, then it's not a scheme that provides any forward secrecy. Post-compromise security, on the other hand, is if you lose your key, is there a way for you to recover from that breach and go forward with either a different key or with completely new encryption so that using the same identity keys, you can keep that same conversation going, but continue to actually have encrypted comms. So those are the kind of major aspects, right? We've got privacy and confidentiality, and we've got this concept of sort of time and how does that confidentiality change over time based on what might happen to a key. So I guess in an ideal world, if we didn't have to think about the trade-offs, what would we want? We would want something that was both private and confidential. We would want forward secrecy. We would want post-compromise security. We would want it to be usable for both direct one-to-one messages, but also for arbitrarily large groups. And we would want the ability to actually repudiate messages or deny that we were ever actually in a conversation. And that last one is actually the trickiest, and there's some really interesting protocols that have sort of tackled that, but it's the one that I think a lot of protocols have to give up pretty quickly because there's no really good way to have a conversation and also pretend that it never happened. Okay, so let's go over the direct aspects of Nostr. What happens on the kind of one-to-one? And it was funny, I was actually talking to Ben Ark about this just a couple hours ago, and he was like, oh yeah, like, do you know what the backstory is here? Like, we were building a Twitter clone in the very beginning, and I was saying to Fiat Jeff that I wanted DMs, and I liked DMs, and he hated it because Fiat Jeff hates everything. And so Ben built this, and they kind of built it in a way where they went, it doesn't need to be super secure. There's like 20 of us. They weren't really thinking of this thing in terms of long-term adoption at that point. It was just, hey, how do we encrypt the content of the message and then send it across, relays? So that's basically what we got, right? We have a very simple encryption-decryption scheme. The content is encrypted using kind of a shared secret that's calculated between our two sets of keys. So it means that there's only the two of us, that have our Nostr keys can actually decrypt and read these messages. And nicely, the conversations can be loaded up into any client at any point, and you can reconstruct the entire conversation, going back in time, because you've still got the key, and they're all using the same key. Now, as you can imagine, the trade-off here is that all the metadata about these is public, and I'm sure everybody's seen this before. There's bots out there that actually go and just report on who's talking to who and when. And that's obviously not great, right? Metadata is a really important aspect of understanding, like being able to triangulate and figure out who's talking to who. So not having that in an obscured way is bad. There's also absolutely no forward secrecy or post-compromise security. If either party in the group loses their private key, that conversation is basically nuked, because you never know if the attacker has your private key and is just watching all your comms. They don't have to actually do anything. They can literally just have your private key and watch what you guys are saying and not make it obvious that they have that key. The encryption scheme is also a little naive. It was done, very simply. It missed out on a few of the kind of higher level attacks that people could do. And it also does nothing to support groups. So that was NIPO 4. And a lot of people didn't like NIPO 4. It was very quickly, people started calling it harmful. They were saying, it was just terrible. Everybody should stop using it. And I think, probably some of this is a little overblown. Like, it's a hammer. It does a blunt job of fixing the problem, but it did hide the content, and it does an okay job of that. But that thread, which goes on for about 150 comments, led to directly to the creation of NIP44, which was kind of spearheaded by a handful of other Nostr developers, but mainly by Paul Miller, who is the dev behind Noble Hashes, Noble Curves. You know, he's a very hardcore cryptographer. He knows his stuff. And he went to kind of extreme lengths to make sure that we could just upgrade the type of encryption. This has nothing to do with the metadata, but it upgrades the type of encryption to make it much more robust against a lot of attacks. So that's what NIP44 gave us. NIP44 significantly improved the encryption properties. It's still very simple to calculate, you know, and encrypt and decrypt. You can always get that, you know, entire conversation history whenever you want, and it was formally cryptographically audited, so we know that it's pretty safe and pretty secure. Now, again, this does not set up a new scheme for doing DMs, it does not hide any metadata, and if either of the parties' secret keys leak, you've still just lost everything forever. So it doesn't really fix the problem at all. Gift wrapping is not really encryption. Gift wrapping is a way to obfuscate metadata, and it doesn't only apply to DMs and group chats, but that's one of its main use cases. So gift wrapping basically gave us good metadata protection by wrapping the event in another event and sort of hiding who is sending messages to who. And those wrapped events, the inside event isn't signed, and so it can't be leaked later on and published to relays because it's not actually a valid event. The problem with this is that it does sort of open up the risk of like a denial of service attack for clients. Because if a malicious client just started sending lots and lots of these wrapped events, the client doesn't know if it's a message that it cares about until it's unwrapped that first layer. And because that's a, you know, slightly more expensive operation, if you started to get a lot of these, clients could just kind of buckle under that load. So that's gift wrapping. And to give you a kind of quick sense of how that works, like I said, you've got this inner event, which is the actual thing that you want to say, the thing you care about. That's unsigned. That gets wrapped in a first layer called a seal. That content is the rumor. So the rumor gets encrypted and put into the seal. And then that is further wrapped in one more layer and published with a totally ephemeral, like separate key pair. So once you've wrapped it in that outer layer, no one knows who's sending that message. It's like a one-off, you know, a key that's generated and then thrown away immediately. So because of this, you know, no one knows what's on the inside of this. No one even knows that it's to that user or who it's from until they get onto the inside as well. So that's actually, I mean, it is very helpful, and it's helpful for a variety of things across Nostr. It's not just DMs. Okay. Most recently, and this is sort of state-of-the-art with direct messages in Nostr, it's basically just a combination of NIP44 and NIP59. So they take the new encryption standard and use the gift wrapping and create these obfuscated metadata, highly encrypted events. Again, this is great. You can reconstruct your entire conversation history. No one can see, if you're using this type of direct message, no one can tell that you and the other party are talking to each other. Again, though, you don't have any forward secrecy or post-compromise security. You know, one key leaks and everything is gone. And of course, because it's gift wrapped, you get all the cons from gift wrapped events. I'm going to pause there. And does anybody have any questions about direct stuff specifically at that point? No? Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, so group messaging. This is where we diverge a little bit because the direct messaging stuff is all about private messaging, right? In group messaging, there are several NIPs that are more for public groups. So I'm going to cover those really quickly just so you have an idea of what they are. This was the very first public channels idea. It's fairly naive. They're extremely simple client-managed channels. All you're really doing is tagging an item, a note that you're sending out, and saying this should be considered part of a channel. Most clients just publish that to your kind one, you know, social feed as well, so it can be quite confusing for people seeing these things go by. But it does give you the idea of, hey, I'm interested in a topic and I want to look at stuff from that topic. This is how you can do that. Again, obviously, these are public channels. They're not private at all. They were never meant to be. There's also no real moderation. The kind of group content is based on what what the user themselves wants to see. So you've got the ability to like hide a message or hide a user or mute a user in a channel, but that's just for your individual feed. So these are almost, rather than public channels, the better way to almost think about these is they're basically just like the feed, you know, the sets of feeds you have in Primal or in Amethyst. NIP29 takes kind of a relay-based approach to doing groups. So these are pretty cool, actually. They do have some pretty significant trade-offs. You have the ability to do closed membership groups, so you can say who are the people who should be able to read or write into this group. You have the ability to kind of stipulate who has permissions to change things about the group or change the group's membership. And again, the group conversations are kind of easily reconstructed on whichever client because the events are all there for anybody that has the ability to read into them. The con, in my mind, is that this totally depends on relays to do a lot of the management. And so it kind of takes away from the idea of relays being these dumb servers and the clients being a little bit smarter that we have in Nostr, and sort of puts a bunch of onus on the relay to do the right thing. And if a relay doesn't do the right thing, this group all of a sudden becomes not a closed group anymore, not a private group anymore. And again, it's really not private or confidential, other than the relay not serving the events to people it shouldn't serve them to. Nothing is encrypted, you know, or confidential. NIP72 is Reddit-style moderated communities. I don't know that there's many implementations of this. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong there. But the idea here was basically to build something like Reddit. Have a set of moderators who have permission to actually moderate the content that everybody sees. And again, you know, those are mostly public. They really aren't trying to make anything private, secure, or closed. And the last thing I want to talk about is these private communities. And this is like an unmerged NIP, so there's not really much use of this yet, or any use of this yet. But I was talking to Huddlebot about this earlier. And I think it takes us, you know, an interesting approach. What this tries to do is take kind of the relay-based approach, but actually give every member of the community the private key that you're going to encrypt everything with. So it's just a simple symmetric encryption where you pass around the private key to every member of the group, and then you're sort of hoping that every member of the group treats that well and doesn't lose it. It does have in the spec the ability to kind of rotate that key over time. So there are a little bit of, you know, there is some degree of post-compromise security here. You can kind of recover from a leaked key. But it does obviously have this con of, like, you know, the key has to be passed around to everybody in a way that is, I mean, naive is kind of the right way to put it. And the other thing about this is because you are encrypting with this key, unless you store all the past keys, you can't rebuild the community's, like, you know, transcript or conversation into the past because you're rotating this key over time. And this is one of the major trade-offs that you see. Having post-compromise security and forward secrecy almost invariably means that you're not going to be able to rebuild a chat transcript from just events that are sitting on relays. So if you go from using, you know, Amethyst and then you go over to Primal, you can't just open up the same community and get all the past history without some sort of out-of-band syncing mechanism. Okay. This is where I hope the future goes. And then I've got the, like I said before, I've got the talk kind of going into the technical weeds on this spec tomorrow. I would love anybody that has any interest in this whatsoever to come and bother me about this. I'm very happy to walk people through, you know, the nitty-gritty details. This obviously has some trade-offs too, but if it works out the way I think it's going to work out, it will give us the ability to basically replace Telegram, Signal, you know, any of the major chat clients with something that runs on Nostr relays and has no centralized server or coordinator. So the benefit in what I'm proposing here is that it uses a new internet standard called messaging layer security under the hood. And that does a very efficient kind of binary tree structure of the group membership. And then, you know, sets up a key structure with that binary tree such that every member of the group has just enough cryptographic state to know how to encrypt everything for the rest of the group and to decrypt anything from anyone else in the group. Thankfully, there's some very good libraries that mean that Nostr clients are not going to have to, like, do the nitty-gritty down in the weeds MLS stuff. we'll be able to use some higher level stuff. But the really big benefit of MLS is it makes groups, very large groups especially, much more efficient. So it's a much easier way to manage large groups and encrypt content for large groups. It handles one-to-one and, I mean, up to, I mean, theoretically there is no upper bound. I've seen in some of the docs that they've had groups of over 100,000 people and it just works fine. It's like not a burden whatsoever. It has very strong forward secrecy and post-compromise security. Every single message is getting encrypted with a different key, and it's a symmetric key that the whole group has. And every time there's a message, the ratchet gets turned, and a new key is spit out. And so everybody's kind of moving this cryptographic state forward themselves. They've all got the machines, and they're all doing this ratchet motion every single time a message arrives. And it's completely confidential. So there is no metadata leakage whatsoever here. There's a single message, you know, when you send a message to a group that you're in, there's a single message or a single event that's published to relays that is done with an ephemeral key and just has a group ID, which is a big random number. Those group IDs can be rotated over time as well, so you can get a further degree of sort of obfuscation as to how relatively busy a group is. So you have a lot of different angles there where you can make groups and DMs pretty secure and very confidential. The drawback of this is obviously MLS is very complicated. We need to have really good tooling to help clients implement this properly. And that's what I've spent a bunch of the last couple of months working on, is working on the Open MLS library with the maintainers of that library and a couple of the other dependencies that it uses to try and update things for the Nostr world. The other thing is, like I was saying before, this is the trade-off with post-compromise security. You cannot just go back and rebuild a conversation with somebody from events that are on relays. You've got to have that transcript, you've got to save it, and you've got to somehow sync that with other clients that you want to connect in some sort of out-of-band way. So that is pretty much the run-through of all the different parts of direct and group messages. So I'd love to just open it up to questions and like anything. General stuff, very specific stuff if you want to get into the technical stuff. Thank you.
No, just the last point. How do you? What happens when you switch a device? I didn't quite get the very last point you made, that you can't reconstruct the previous.
Sorry, can you say that a little louder? I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, the very last point you made. Can you? I didn't quite understand. You can, if you switch device, you can no longer read the messages.
Yes. So think about it this way, and this also holds true for Signal and WhatsApp and things like that. Like they use a version of the Signal protocol. And I guess, like, I'll do the quick history lesson. There's been hundreds of different protocols for messaging over the years. There was one that came out in sort of the late 2000s that was called Off the Record. And that was the first real double ratchet encryption system, where they had these two independent ratchets that would change the keys as two parties were talking. The guys that created Signal took that and added a few other steps on top of it to do a bit more authentication, but they kept that double ratchet mechanism, and it did the same thing basically. It kind of keeps ratcheting the state forward, and MLS has sort of gone one step, taken the Signal protocol and gone one step further than that. So it's got kind of that same system of double ratchets in under the hood. In all of those systems, when you are a member of the group, that's tied to a single device or client on a device, right? Your phone in Signal is different than your laptop, and when you sync to your laptop, what you're actually doing is adding a third member to the group, if it was you and one other person. Your other, the Signal app just does a good job of seeing that two of those are yours, and so it shows it as if it was one person talking, even if it's two different devices. So that's exactly the same thing MLS does. If you want to add, your laptop to a conversation, you can invite your laptop. An application can decide if it wants to do some sort of encrypted transcript syncing to help make it look like you've got the whole history. But there's nothing that in the spec that makes that possible. And if you lose the state on both of those devices and have to get re-added to the group, your state's gone. It's only around if you've saved it in some way, shape, or form, because the protocol itself doesn't handle that.
Any other questions? I've got one on the one that you just were bringing up. So this puts a higher onus on the client providers to basically manage that all the plethora of keys that are being generated out of all of this. So do you see that as a centralizing force for some of the client providers, that it becomes much more narrower because as people are using this, they're going to want a client that's managing all of those keys really well on their behalf? Or is this something that you think is going to be pretty easy to do for the clients?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think this is why having a really good open standard and open library for the actual deep MLS stuff is really important. You know, like MLS, the spec is a internet standard now as of earlier this year. And I guess as such, like, you know, it's an internet standard the same way TLS is an internet standard. Like, it's something that's just buried deep in your browser code, but everybody had to implement it exactly the same way for it to work right. So at that level, if we've got a good library that handles all the weedy stuff, it won't actually be that bad for clients to do the higher level stuff. You're right, storing keys is always a question, but you know, it's the same as how is Primal on the web storing your INSEC? How is Damus on the phone storing your INSEC on the phone? So I think there are well-known ways to more securely store that sort of stuff. And usually the MLS library just has kind of a plug-in for a storage provider. And those storage providers are able to be, you know, hot swapped out in a sense. So there's a bunch of, like I said, there's a bunch of tools and like smaller libraries that need to be built up around this to make it really, really easy for all clients to do it. And that's certainly part of the, I think, work in this is, you know, we could just do it right now with one client and have it work really, really well. But I think it's really important that we build the tooling around it to make it really easy for all clients to do this and do it in a way that isn't super burdensome. Yes?
I just wanted to ask about interoperability with apps that are outside of Nostr, because if it's based on, you know, Signal protocol-ish thing,
yep.
Is it possible, and if it's internet standard, you know, could we potentially have like a Nostr DM client that can talk to apps that are totally outside of Nostr?
Yes, so that's actually one of the coolest things about MLS. MLS is literally just the spec around how to manage that key structure and how to ratchet it forward. It has no concept of what transport mechanism you're going to use to send the stuff around, and it has no concept of what the actual content of the message inside that you're going to send is. So those are the two things that you would have to agree upon with some other system. In the case that like the way I'm proposing here, we're going to take whole unsigned Nostr events and put them inside these MLS message objects and send those, because that means that the clients can basically unpack it and then just put it into a private thread of Nostr events like it would any other feed. Although they're all unsigned, so if they ever leaked, they couldn't be published properly to relays. So if you could get another, you know, provider to agree that, like, hey, you can read Nostr events and you know how to construct a Nostr feed, and we can agree on you're going to come to relays to get this information, or Nostr is going to also publish to somewhere else, you know, these events, then yeah, absolutely, it's totally interoperable. And the other thing is it's also upgradable over time. So you can take a group and create it now with a certain cipher suite, and then, you know, in a couple of years when we need post-quantum, you can just go through and update your client on the next message, and everybody will change over to the new cipher suite, and it'll just keep going. So there's a lot of really cool little features like that are built into MLS that'll make this hopefully really durable going forward and like upgradable over time. Preston, you got one right there.
We got another one? Okay, here we go.
Hi. You know, one of the worst parts of Signal is that so often I lose my messages, and like so many people I work with like suffer from this problem. Mm-hmm. And they say that everyone else they work with uses Signal, so they have to keep using Signal. And you know, it's one thing to like replace it with Nostr, but if you could create some type of layer 2 thing, because you know, like you said, MLS doesn't handle that part, but if you could create some type of layer 2 thing that like captures the transcript of your old messages from your phone and manually imports it to your computer, maybe signs it with the same Nostr key or something, authenticates it. Like if you could figure that out, I think that would really make it the Signal killer, because then it would provide something that Signal can't or doesn't provide yet, which would be more than just, you know, plugging in Nostr. So I think
Yeah.
what you're doing is awesome.
It's actually pretty trivial to do because if you think about it, like I just said, we're building a private transcript of Nostr events, right? So you basically just have an array of like ordered Nostr events.
Yeah.
And you can take that and just encrypt that whole thing with a password and upload it to a relay if you wanted, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, there's a trade-off there, obviously, which is if your password or the way that encryption was done was ever broken, then the whole conversation is then, gone.
Yeah.
And so it is this trade-off of like, how secure do you want these groups? Like, do you value that syncing much more than the kind of longer-term, potential security?
Well, like instead of uploading to a relay, even if I could just message it between devices, 'cause,
Right,
like if I have my
right.
phone
Yep.
and my computer next to each other, and I can just locally,
Yep.
because I think that would just put it over the top for Signal. So I just wanted to mention that. And
Yeah.
appreciate what you're doing.
I totally agree. I mean, I think it's definitely doable, and I think it's just a question of what's the right way to do it, and like what's the way that probably is like an interoperable way of doing it, so that a different client on a different device could pick up that same file and know what to do with it.
Anyone else? Huge hand for Jeff here. This is...
Thanks, guys.
They talk about people, I just get to stand there and like talk about all the hard work that everybody else does, and this is like a perfect example of like some serious hard work that he's put into this proposal. So again, go review it, especially if you have the technical chops, get into it and provide him some feedback. Bravo, that was a hell of a job. Okay, we got a panel coming up. We're going to be talking about the efficiency of relays. When we think about Bitcoin and we think about how simple the nodes are, and then we look at Nostr and we're doing all this additional stuff, social stuff, much more data intensive stuff on it. You can understand real quickly why the efficiency and the strategies for efficiency for running a relay are important. So that's what our next panel is. We have Ben Ark, we have Will, we have Kieran, we have Rabble's coming up instead of Kieran, and Michael Tidwell is the moderator, and I think Marcy was also joining us. I don't see her. Somebody go find Marcy. Okay, come on up, guys.
Okay, everyone's got a mic.
Full node on full send. Unstoppable. Diamond hand my socks. Peer-to-peer electronic cash system.
Okie doke. We ready to get rolling?
Yeah, I don't know where Marcy's at, but okay, maybe that was my mistake.
Do we need Marcy?
I don't know. I think you guys can go ahead and start, and if she comes on in, maybe she can join you guys.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining us. Oh, are we having a potential fifth panel, or?
If Marcy shows up.
Got it. Okay, got it. All right, my name is Michael Tidwell. I'll be moderating this panel. We'll keep intros short so we can get to the good stuff. So in one word or less, do you want to do a quick intro?
I'm Rabble. I work on Nost.social and causes.com.
Ben, I work on some Nostr stuff. And then, yeah, that's it really. Been around for a while.
Hey, I'm Will. I made the Damus client and Zaps.
And I would just describe myself as a Nostr user hobbyist, using the dev kits and stuff. So I proposed this panel and it got accepted. One of the things I've always been thinking about as soon as I learned about Nostr was how is this thing going to scale? How can we actually use it? And I want to get into more of the infrastructure stuff about it. Everyone here has run a relay. My experience was through my company, ZBD. But I want to get into, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions on what a relay actually is and what it's doing. The first thing I want to do as part of this panel is, as a group, we discuss what is the design space currently of a relay.
Yeah, so for us, our initial relay efforts were actually not user-accessible relays. We actually run a whole network of bots that crawl the Nostr network and make sure that we make accessible to the Nos app anybody who is replying to you and following up on you. And we haven't switched to the outbox model because of that. And the initial development was so that username lookups and contact lookups and relay lookups would be fast. And then only after that do we actually turn on a relay that the app by default publishes to. But it goes to the DOMIS relay and a bunch of others too by default.
It's in because so many problems can be solved by making the server smarter. So I'm quite keen on keeping relays as just relays and not doing too many complex operations.
Is there like a minimum design space that a relay must do in order to be a relay, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of just relaying data, isn't it, I guess? And then that goes down into the feasibility of running a relay as well, like how much stuff you're going to store on there and whatever else. But yeah, so I'm keen on keeping relays dumb.
Yeah, I think that's a really important property of relays is just to like implement NIP01 and try not to get too fancy, because it is very valuable that you can tap into a large collection of relays and it should all just work the same. So, you know, if we're exploring on expanding the capabilities of relays, I'd be very cautious of doing that, because it's a very powerful thing to just have that that consistent interface across these, like ubiquitous interfaces across all these different servers, and that provides a lot of power so you can build on top of that.
So we're kind of, it seems like there's consensus here of like saying, let's keep relays pretty dumb, pretty simple, minimum kind of spec here, but you know, these relays, some publicly accessible, some not, storing data for various lengths of time. Like what is, like when I think of a relay, what am I really, you know, grabbing at here?
Yeah, I mean, it gets really interesting because technically right now DOMIS has a relay inside of the application, and we extend, we add additional functionality. Like we have full text search within DOMIS. We have, you know, we're going to eventually have like some more advanced features that you can interface with in the client side, such as aggregation filters, like doing more advanced queries. And it might be tempting to like implement a lot of those things on relays that everyone can use, like publicly accessible relays, but again, based on what we said, it's kind of, you lose a lot of the power of having the ubiquitous interface. So yeah, so I see it as like a large variety of different, you know, different cache levels in some sense, because you're going to have those like long-term relays that store everything, and maybe they're not as fast. But then there's like these really fast relays that might not store everything. Like stir fry is a good example of this. It's like an extremely fast relay. It's so fast, it's almost like a static cache. That's how fast it is. And then, you know, and then you're gonna have the relays in the client. So there's a wide variety of different ways to interact with relays, but and at different levels of the cache. So I think we're just starting to explore that though, in terms of what that means.
One of the things we discovered in recent work with relays is we had not realized that stir fry doesn't do the full text search, doesn't do the hashtag search. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, and they're just like, hey, my client isn't working. And so we expose in the apps which NIPs the relay is supporting, but we don't give in any of the apps a really great interface for exploring that and understanding that, and be like, so now we have all these kind of annoying like help text things, which is like, don't add too many relays, don't do too few relays, make sure you have a relay that supports search, and like the users don't, like, that's not great.
I think quite often as well, like in a client, it comes packaged with a certain set of relays, and then more often than not, that could probably be replaced by a multiplexer where it's just one relay, which is sorting data. And then you get all the features from all the different relays. And then if you want to, you can go in and open it out and do some more granular relay selection and add different relays. But for me, like, I suppose the question really comes around to the incentives on running relays. And we have people running relays altruistically. We have some people experimenting with paid services. There's some idea for OpenSats to support some relays altruistically. But I think ultimately there should be some business models around running relays and paid services. So I like the ephemeral nature of notes on Nostr that eventually they'll just disappear. But then I also like in Twitter, when I would post something, sometimes I would do it just to timestamp an idea. So I would like clients to, if there's a particular post you want to be persistent, I could pay some sats and then someone's going to store it for me. So yeah.
I'll just continue a little bit on that. I think it's probably mostly my fault that, you know, I made relay such a first-class thing within the interface in DOMIS, and people think about it and like, oh, what relay should I use? And I'm going to pick this relay over this one. But in reality, it's probably something users should never have to think about. You know, especially in the outbox model, things should just work and you shouldn't have to think about it. And I don't know, I think we're moving toward there. So I think a lot of the discussions about like which relays to choose and all these things and all these decisions, these shouldn't be decisions that users have to make.
Okay, so I'm still, based on everything that we said, I'm still a little vague on what a relay should do, right? I mean, I know what it can do, but there's a couple different directions we can take this. I like where you're taking it, Ben, where we're talking about incentives, and maybe that's a good natural kind of way to take this discussion, where it's like incentive relays and stuff, and you're talking about business models around relays. The first question I want to ask is, you know, through your experience of running infrastructure, what have you seen in terms of costs? You know, has anything been unexpected in terms of, you know, dollars being spent, or I guess euros or whatever you want to call it, being spent per amount of users actually interacting? Anyone want to share any stats?
So, I mean, it's remarkably cheap for what it is. And you know, I had a discussion with some of the folks working on Blue Sky, and their infrastructure, like the actual events in Blue Sky and sort of the overall architecture is very, very similar, except they put the computation in very different places. So they have relays, and they have a few things that cost them a lot of money to run. A lot of money to run those indexes, and the construction of what you want to request has to happen on this app server. That it was so expensive they had to move off vServers and into bare metal machines. And we're not seeing that in the Nostr world at all. Like, we have a much lighter weight way of doing queries on stuff. And so the relays, like, there was a lot of worry about the cost of relays, and it hasn't been a problem.
Yeah, it's really funny because I hear this all the time, and even just this panel, I'm like, are we still talking about the sustainability of relays? Because running a relay is actually really cheap. It's definitely not the most expensive thing at DOMIS. Like, I think the DOMIS relay is probably one of the biggest relays, and it's expensive. Not gonna lie, it's like a couple $100 a month. But that's not
very expensive.
It's not that expensive compared to, like, you know, paying employees and the other things. So it's strange to me that we're talking about the sustainability of relays. I think it's always done in the context of this idea that there's going to be like these mega relays and they're going to be really expensive, and if we don't have these mega relays, then the whole network's not going to work. But honestly, just now that we're like moving more to an outbox model, you can just run it on your computer at home, or you can run it on a cheap VPS for like $20 a month, and it doesn't need to serve lots of load, because the client is going to intelligently pick the right relay for that one person, and it's not going to be that a big deal. So I think that the costs are going to be distributed across lots of low-cost nodes and commodity servers, and I think that's kind of the vision that I'm starting to see for Nostr relays.
I think there's time, though, when you run a relay, you need to update the relay, you need to do stuff to it, and then as well as that, there's scale. So we're talking 100,000 users, and then maybe say a couple $100 a month, but then when we have 1 billion users, then how much is it going to be a month? And then it's like, how do you justify that cost? And there are going to be, and it makes sense as well that there's some big relays. The point of Nostr is resilience. So if one of those relays acts in a way which you don't like, you've got freedom of movement, you can just move to a different relay. But I do think there will be big relays, and they will be costly to run, and they will require teams of people to kind of keep an eye on and update, and that will require some sort of business models. But I think there's a bunch of stuff out there. Relays are like one of the untapped, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of work to be done just on making profitable services which you can run on relays. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, and if we start getting lots and lots of users, like let's say DOMIS itself starts getting lots of users, starts getting lots of subscribers, then that will just keep funding, you know, our relay, so we can improve it, make it more scalable. Like, no one's really doing, you know, horizontally scaled Nostr relays. Right now, it's usually just throw stir-fry on it, and stir-fry is so good.
Relayable runs a network where they're running stir-fry relays that are actually used. Stir-fry has a peering extension that's not part of Nostr, but lets you sync. It creates Merkle trees, and it lets you sync between relays, so you can run a CDN of your relays. And I think that's how we scale, is we can scale horizontally and start putting them closer to users. And that seems pretty easy.
Yeah. This is all solved problems. Like this has been done. Engineers have been doing this across. Typically centralized services. There's this one. I think Semisol's working on a database, a Nostr relay based off of Foundation DB, which is like Apple's distributed database. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like sharded across many servers. So yeah, people are working on it, and we're gonna have these massive relays that work really well. And that'll probably be a bit more expensive, but I don't know. We'll see when we get there.
Okay, you brought up the idea that these relays are sharing data. That's one way of scaling. That was not part of the initial design of Nostr and its relays. What?
No, it's not even a NIP yet.
What? Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is, we're talking about potentially the scaling through going to like this like share relay kind of model. Is that? I kind of have like two questions for you. One, I think that would help produce this idea of a worldview, which I think a lot of new people that come into Nostr kind of just assume exists. So my first question is it important for Nostr to have a worldview? And then if not, why? And if so, why? And I'm curious to get your take on that because, I've talked to a lot of people who think it's important. I even asked this question to a Nostr panel at a Bitcoin conference in Texas a few months back, and everyone on the panel agreed a worldview is important. I'm curious to get y'all's take on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing a bunch of experiments trying to figure out where relays should fit in the thing, and we have added in a menu that lets you just view all the content from a relay, and then we removed that menu, and then we added the menu back, and then we removed it, and then we added it back again, as we tried to figure out what role it is. And leading up to the Olympics, we actually did a partnership with a paid relay, where if they were using Nostr Social, they were auto opted in. If they weren't, they could pay 1,000 sats, and they got exclusive content, and it was a permissioned relay. And we discovered that not a lot of Nostr clients are using NIP42 authentication on reads. Almost all of them that do it on writes. And so we had to do some figuring out on there. We also tried to use LN bits and ran into bugs. Yeah.
What were the bugs?
We were so excited. I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. But so we didn't get the auto payment. So now we just had a thing where we looked for things coming into the wallet and added people. Fiat Joff runs this thing called Countries, which is a relay that only gives you back content from people who are connecting from the same country. And I think that's also super interesting. It's like, are relays an object that users know about or not? And I think it's a not solved question.
So, I mean, when I talked to Fiat Joff about this, he's very clear to me that Nostr's design was never really the worldview kind of idea. It was more communities. So that's why I think there's this sort of idea where I believe people want this sort of, relay communication, scalable kind of like, I don't want to use the word mastodon, but like, the idea that, these hub and spokes actually, communicate. And, same question for Ben, is that important? And if so, why? If not, why?
I agree. I think it makes sense. Like it's one of the tool set for offering people a good experience. And then if a client automatically, say if you make a themed client for something, so we like the idea of themed clients because I think, I said it in my talk about the internet having forums originally, like people wanted to gravitate towards its shared interest. But if you have a themed client, that client could come packaged with a particular relay which they operate and run. And then that could have, the majority of its users are automatically using that relay and they kind of opt out of that relay. So I like the idea of communities focused around relays, but it's just trial and error. Like the tool set we have will scale very well, but it could scale in a whole bunch of different directions. It's not so much an issue, it's more like what's the best way of doing it or what's the most beneficial way of doing it for users. But I do like the idea of different relays servicing different communities of people, and then that being part of the way they get access to data which I find relevant to them.
But just to be clear, is it important to have that sort of shared view?
Yeah, I mean, it does. To me, it doesn't really matter.
Or I guess how important. This is very opinionated. Yeah. I'm just curious. Like, in your opinion, is it important?
Yeah, totally. So, like, people who currently, I mean, obviously filtering whatever else, but people who currently, use Nostr for the first time who are not Bitcoiners are very quickly turned off by the fact there's a whole bunch of Bitcoiners on there. So being able to pick hobbies and interests they're interested in or whatever, and then being able to see content relevant to them, and then follow people who share the same, like this typical experience when you connect to a Twitter or something, and then you select, I don't know, I can't remember when I did it, but I think you select like hobbies or interests or stuff you're interested in, and then it feeds you relevant data. That could also be done on a relay basis, just that there's certain relay servicing a certain community. Like the activists in the Human Rights Foundation, when we were onboarding them, like you tell them the Nostr proposal, and they're like, oh, that's perfect. This makes perfect sense. And then they open it up, and it's a load of Bitcoiners, and they go, I don't know if we could work with this. And that's important that we get around that, like it's, and that we give people an onboarding experience where they get access to relevant information, and obviously through custom algorithms and the feeder marketplace.
So what's the question? Like worldview? What do you mean? Like like one consistent view of
right? Because the reason I'm asking this is because when I talked to Fiat Jeff about it, he's like, why would you ever think this is important? Kind of idea. And everyone I talk to thinks it actually would be a nice thing. That would be important. It would be something they're interested in. I'm curious. This is the second panel I've sort of asked this question.
Again, but like, what do you mean by worldview, though? Do you mean like?
Well, so that's a great question, because what is a worldview when it comes to a decentralized relay system, right? So it's a very it's almost purposely vague, and you're right to ask that counter question.
I mean, in some sense, Damus was set up to do that model, because the relay pool model, which people give me hell about all the time, was really just like, okay, because I read NIB01, and it was like, okay, it's basically Twitter, but we add a few more servers, and it's a little bit more decentralized, and like that's good enough if you want to rebuild that worldview model of just like one global relay that everyone connects to with a few backups and a few so that you can't be censored. I wasn't really thinking about thousands of relays. I kind of thought that was like a silly idea back in the day. But now that people are starting to flesh out that model a bit more, it's starting to make more sense that that's probably the only thing that's going to really scale until we have like better relay software. And I don't even think it makes sense. Like I think it actually makes way more human sense that there isn't a single global view of the world. It's like getting news from the TV, and like the TV is telling you this is the one perspective. It's such a centralized and it's just not reality. Humanity is inherently decentralized and communal, and why not just structure our software in the same way instead of trying to force this one global view on things, which just seems very unnatural.
Well, I see it a little bit differently. It's more just like, let's say I'm interested in what Ben's saying, and I don't want to have to read from every single relay, and I just kind of know that these relays are going to sort of cross-ag everything that Ben said, so I know sort of like how to get that worldview of what I want to look at. I think that's more or less kind of what I'm talking about. So you can find the data that you are actually interested in finding without having to guess which relays they're on. Is that
that's like just the outbox model, though.
Well, it's again, these are things that are like sort of like assumed, but not. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
out of the box.
No, I mean, I think that's going to be the way to do it. Obviously, is just you outbox and you ask. There's going to be, you store your notes in your particular relay, and then you have to have that. There's this one centralized point which is fetching down the relay lists from. It could be just you get it from. That's kind of like a game theory issue. It's like maybe it's the, that one point where everyone goes to get the relay list. But once everyone has that, then you know where to get all the notes for each individual user. And then Yeah,
one of the things we do, copying Pablo, is we run a bot that finds the relay lists and just reposts that to our relay, because we wanted the users to be able to find user profiles, contact lists, and relay lists easily. And so, like, one solution would be to have some sort of DHT or some sort of discovery mechanism, or people actually updating their relays on their NIP05, which people don't tend to do. But it wasn't that hard to just write a bot that crawled the network and republished those particular events.
Yeah, I mean, Google crawls the internet. Like, they seem to do it just fine. So I don't see why we can't just crawl some relays if we need to every now and then.
But they pay a little bit more than a couple $100 a month, right?
I just don't think it matters as well. Like, 'cause ideally, we have a horizontal scaling solution. But say if Elon Musk implemented Nostr and he has a big fat Twitter relay and everything's going through that, the very point of Nostr is that we can just, a user, if they're not happy with the way he's filtering content, or what, there's something shady happening behind that relay, then they can just connect to a different relay and then use the same client, and people can also leave with them and then connect to other relays. So you end up with just this free market of relays.
Do you have any kind of concern about maybe like your example of a really, really big player maybe doing it with a really good UX, sort of building up all this momentum, and then maybe slightly over time doing something that sort of
so
is not in the spirit, and then it's like, oh, but they're so big and they're spending, they have such a good UX and they're so, they're spending all this
But that will
money.
incentivize someone else to spin up a competing relay. So you end up with this, this is what a commons does. So that the Nostr as a commons, if you act in an inappropriate way, then you'll get that invisible hand bitch slap. Just like we get in Bitcoin, if you try and co-opt the commons, if you try and do something which is inappropriate, eventually you end up with the invisible hand bitch slap. And that's the same in Nostr. Like, it's a resilient, self-healing network, and people will just migrate to some of the relay. They're not captured. You've got freedom of movement, which is an important part of freedom of speech.
Yeah, and I don't even think they'll even need to do that. And so I'm trying to rebrand Outbox to just autopilot, because that's probably more accurate what it's actually doing. Although I think Lightning people are triggered when I say autopilot, because autopilot means something completely different, and it's way more annoying.
That's how you lose your money on Lightning.
I don't trust AI.
Just kidding.
With managing my Lightning channels. Like, I don't know. So autopilot and Lightning is kind of a little bit more sketchy, but autopilot and Nostr makes a lot of sense.
Can you shield this properly for people who don't know about Outbox and this rebrand autopilot, just so?
Yeah, it's like it's removing the need to even think about like, oh, this guy's censoring me, so I need to go switch to use this other relay. It's just, it won't matter, because the clients are going to be so good at choosing the right relay for any given situation that it really won't matter like that one person censoring you, because you can just tell every other client via your relay list that, hey, get my nodes from here. Like, don't even worry about that this mega relay is censoring you. It's just get it from my node, and it's going to be fine. And then you can always turn it off, right? You can always switch to like non-autopilot and have a manual, like what you do in Damus right now, and then you can have more classic experience, like where you just, so that model is really good for if you want to run a private relay for your company or for your friend group, and you definitely don't want random relays sending notes to you, or you getting notes from random relays. But I think as a default mode, autopilot just makes the most sense.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have autopilot, then you end up making the same request to a whole bunch of different relays at the same time, and then you have to process those events, and especially on mobile devices, that can be a little bit intensive and lock up the UI, and so you don't want to be doing that. You want to be just making the request in a more optimized way.
Yeah, and if you do have that issue on mobile, I recommend trying out NostrDB, because then it will solve all those problems. But that's just me shilling my library for this moment.
I have a Rabble, you brought up an idea of like, or maybe it was Ben, I forget. Hey, your costs are this right now, but that's with this X users. If you get double X, your costs go up, 2X as well. Are your costs linear with your user growth kind of ideas? And at ZBD, we're running stir fry, and we're trying to run things at scale. I think, at least at one point in time, we had the most, kind of activity in our stir fry relay with all of our ZBD users, because, events were being posted, and, we onboard, hundreds of thousands of people, like, right there, right in the app, like, immediately. At one point, that's how we had the app really focused on social. And what we found is, even with stir fry, I mean, I know we're talking a good game about stir fry. It does not scale so easily when you start getting, real load on it, and it's very hard to manage, and it crashes, and you have to upgrade it, and it's down when you upgrade it. These things are not, I've had so much pain running the infrastructure for Nostr that you guys talk about it like it's fucking easy, and I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? This stuff is hard for me. Am I doing it wrong? Am I just do I have more users?
We act like Twitter is easy now, but for the first few years, there was a fail whale all the time. Like, that initial figuring out how to scale Twitter was a really hard problem, and eventually got fixed. And we're going to have to figure out how to scale the relays and figure out how to optimize them. That on the other side, the crawlers, I looked it up. I think we spend $80 a month crawling the entire Nostr network for what we're looking for, and we're looking for specific posts or specific people to make notifications work, and it's just not that much. But the trick is being able to scale horizontally. Scaling one big giant stir-fry relay, that's hard. You make a network of them, and then it's easier.
Do you think additional caching layers, I think Primal, or I don't know if they are doing something unique, but I think they have some sort of nice memory caching that they're doing. Do you kind of foresee any other kind of sort of like people who want to take this serious and really scale a bunch of users for a relay having to have this sort of custom sort of sauce, or do you think they're going to be able to use like just the traditional sort of like the open source software itself will just become like super nice?
I don't think people understand how absolutely batshit insane stir-fry is in terms of like a piece of software. The guy who wrote that, and like because I spent a good like month trying to study how it works. It is the most impressive piece of software I've ever seen, and it informed the design of the database that's in Damus today. But I think it's pretty much near optimal in terms of a single machine processing Nostr queries. So it's just going to be a matter of just like putting them all in parallel and just do any cast and just serve it from a bunch of stir-fry relays. It really is that fast. I'd be very, very skeptical if you could make a relay faster than stir-fry.
Well, I mean, okay. Last time I checked, stir-fry runs real nice when you run individual, V nodes or VPSs for them and stuff. I mean, setting something up like with a real nice Helm chart is going to supersede that, right? So if you get something going where you can just horizontally scale on Kubernetes or something real ECS sort of ideas, then you're going to be able to get the same sort of parallelization, right?
Yeah,
with stir-fry, it's more tricky to do that, right?
Well, I mean,
I was kind of provision your stuff ahead of time, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. One thing you could just do is, when a note comes into one of the relays, you just have it replicate across all those relays, and then which is really easy to do on stir-fry, which you mentioned, and then you just do any cast and just like have like 100 stir-fry relays that all have the same data, just serving. So I think like that would basically handle any level of task, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're really lucky to have stir-fry. One of the other relay experiments we did is at the last conference I was at, we set up a relay that was only accessible locally on the network. And then we told a bunch of people about it. And it was a really neat way to see everybody else there. But, and I would love us to be able to do more experiments like that. More things of like, we don't know the intersection of groups and relays and communities and content, but we can experiment on that. And because there's a plugin interface and you can write code there, there's a lot of neat things you can do. And so, and I think that the paid relays are super interesting. I'm super interested in the paid content. The question is, what is the interface that goes back to the user that tells them, one, how to discover it, what it is, what the payment is requested, whether or not they're a member, how they we're lacking sort of a layer on top of that to make it work better. But when we have that, then all this paid content stuff will work better too.
All right, we got just a few seconds left. Any last things you want to say? I'll just kind of open it up. Anything about future efficiencies, future things you're excited about? I'll just open it up.
I just want to say, and I don't know if many people know this, that the only reason why Nostr works today is because of stir-fry. Because the Damus relay.
Absolutely.
If the Damus relay ran the SQLite one, it ran the Postgres one, and they all eventually hit 100% CPU on all the cores. And at one point, people might not remember this, but Nostr just didn't work. Like the threads didn't load. And there was no really good solution to it until stir-fry came along. So like honestly, I can't sing praises more for stir-fry and Doug Hoyt, that guy who works on it. And yeah, so I love you, Doug.
It's just progress and just people working on these different solutions, and these aren't problems which are unsurmountable. It's just the way in which we decide to try and tackle those
Anything
problems.
you're excited about for the future? For efficiency and scale?
I think it's the incentives of running relays and people making actual, companies or providing a service which they can provide for free for some people and then have some charge services. And it could be performing a whole bunch of different functions, and so some of them, it could be a relay which does KYC, so you can then reference that relay when you want to use a service which requires KYC. There's a great bunch of paid services which exist out there in the world now, which could be fulfilled by certain types of relays. and then maybe they could then use some of those funds to offer altruistic relays. But I think, you know, like the lads are saying here, like there's some very good solutions for scaling more horizontally. But then I also do think that it's definitely an area in which entire companies could be built around
Ben,
providing relay services.
if I run a huge relay and I start making my users the product, will you be upset with me?
I mean, because the client will just filter stuff out. So this is the thing about ads. I was thinking, because no matter what you do, you could DM them an ad and say, well, if you don't reply to this DM, then we're going to boot you off the relay. And that's maybe how. But I mean, I was thinking about the ad thing, but no, I think it's either like paid, pay as you go, because whatever solution you do to deliver content, like the user doesn't want to see, unless it's done very subtly, then clients are just going to create ways of filtering out and become cat and mouse and a waste of time.
Rabble, you get the last word, and we'll wrap up.
I think we could play more with relays. I think there's stuff that's really interesting, and I think the way in which you can easily move from one relay to another, similar to the way in which when you have a local Git repo, you have the whole thing, that keeps users empowered, and that's the most important thing, and that's why I'm not afraid of giant relays, because if the relay operator goes bad, it's very easy for users to move.
Hey, thank you so much. That was the panel, everyone. Give it a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Yeah, pass those off to the next group that's coming up. We have the freedom of communication above all coming up. Arsh, Alex, Jorge, and Marcy is on this one. She wasn't on the previous one. That was my mistake. So come on up here, guys, and we'll get this one kicked off.
Hello. It's not working.
Testing.
Yes.
Testing. Okay, cool. Hey, everyone. I'm really excited for this panel. I kind of want to just kick it off here and have everyone introduce themselves and answer why they're excited to be here and talk about Nostr. So I'm Arsh. I'm from the Human Rights Foundation.
I'm Marce, and I do stuff.
I'm Alex Lee. I also work at the Human Rights Foundation.
My name is Jorge Gerizati. I'm from Venezuela, and I have an NGO called Economic Inclusion Group.
So we're all sort of from this background of human rights, of NGO work, and the importance of having a platform for human rights activists and for journalists, for NGOs, is really important. And that's actually been the biggest use case of a lot of networks, a lot of social media platforms over the past 2 decades or so. But the question becomes, how can we get more people to use Nostr? And how do you sort of see that becoming more popular and more vital as a chosen platform for people? So it's a question for the panel.
So for me is making sure that the normal users, not the developers, the normal users that are using Nostr right now actually talk to the developers and tell them what have been their biggest roadblocks, so that developers can build over those roadblocks and make it easier for other people that don't want to or don't have the abilities or the tools to do all the proof of work that early adopters have to do.
I think it's always hard to grow as a new protocol, as a new interface, right? Sometimes you don't have to just be a little bit better than your competitors. You have to be 10 times better, 100 times better to get growth. Part of it is marketing, letting the world know, letting people know that Nostr exists, that you have to use it, that it's censorship resistant, that it's decentralized, that it offers you your voice. It gives you control over your voice, your data, and your internet presence. Part of it is just hoping that the competitors out there already make missteps, and that will drive users toward Nostr. And I think it's part of it is on us to be better marketers and be better growth agents and to tell your friends, your family, and everyone you know to use Nostr and get on it.
I believe that the world is turning so authoritarian. They're taking away our privacy. They're doing everything they can, these states, these politicians, to repress our voices, that these technologies will emerge even more. I think it's just a matter of time that people understand that we are living in a constant fight to protect our privacy, our ability to communicate, and that's why Nostr is at the forefront of this issue. So sooner than later, I think people will realize the power of this.
Yeah, so I mean, increasingly in all of our work, right? Crackdown of dissent has been a huge topic. Censorship has been a huge topic, especially in authoritarian regimes, like you mentioned, Jorge. So Alex, Nostr in China, how does that work? Can it work? Why should people in China be paying attention to that?
I remember when Nostr was still its infancy. It had probably 1/10 of the users it has right now. This was back in roughly maybe February 2023, and I was reading the news and read that Damus, a popular Nostr client for iOS, had been blocked in China and in Hong Kong, and that just one day, the App Store, which is a centralized on-ramp if you're using an iPhone, was forced to block Damus, and I was like, wow, this is growing. This is already being seen as a threat by Chinese authorities because it gives people free speech. It gives people access to uncensored information. But of course, just because something is blocked from the App Store doesn't mean you can't access it, right? So Chinese people have been using VPNs to get around that ban. Chinese people have been using web clients and other less popular clients to also get around the ban. I think that Nostr is really powerful for activists because it gives a megaphone and it gives people a voice that cannot be stopped and censored by governments. And this is true not only in